G'day, May 40 here. Bro, what took you so long? Thought you knew the way. Heartbeat City, the cars. Who's going to drive you home tonight? Who's going to hear you scream? Drive from 1984 by the Cars, one of my favorite songs. Woo! Gives me the chills. So, how much do you depend on being right for your sense of confidence, your sense of self, the sense that all is right in the world? So, I'm right-wing. I have a huge right-wing bias, and yet I'm able to listen to a fair amount of left-wing commentary without getting upset and without it threatening my sense of self. But at other times in my life, I've been less able to listen to perspectives from the other side. So I think if you're very uncomfortable hearing perspectives from the other side, there's a strong possibility that you depend way too much on being right for your sense of self, for feeling right in the world. And yeah, it's awesome to be right, but to be strongly dependent on being right, particularly on big matters like politics and religion and national culture, right? If you depend on being right for your sense of self, it'll make it more difficult to hear alternative points of view, which should make you less effective in the world. And it's not a great basis for sustaining a sense of self, right? The best basis for sustaining a sense of self is acting in a way that you respect. And I've had self-esteem issues throughout my life, right? And there's still parts of me that just want to berate myself and just, knock myself down. And on the other hand, over the past few years in particular, I've been able to build up a stronger sense of self based on continually taking actions that I either respect or at least I can understand and that cause me less shame. Now, I spoke out about Gonzalo Lira. He's perhaps better known as Coach Red Pill, and he died in Ukraine. Gonzalo Lira, Coach Red Pill, has died in a Ukrainian detention center, a strange and sad end. Yes, and he was delusional that he could live in Ukraine and trash the Ukrainian efforts to resist the Russian invasion. So people tend to create their own misery. I have been the biggest source of my own misery, my own insensitivity. So I devote about 15 seconds of this 45-second video to Gonzalo Lira. Then I spend the other 30 seconds talking about how I have been the primary source of my own misery. And therefore, I coach people how to react to me. So you go to the comments and people are saying, look, your life is disappointing and that's primarily on you. And so I'm just struck by how much we coach other people on how to relate to us and how to treat us. And I'm into being self-deprecating. I'm into disclosure. I over-disclose. Probably comes from a place of some emotional neediness. And I'm just often being bewildered throughout my life. Why have people treated me with so little respect? And primary answer to that, I think, is because I've educated them to treat me with very little respect. So here are some of the comments. He died telling the truth, and you disparage him. It just confirms how big of a piece of crap you are. Your life is disappointing for you, and that's on you. Don't defecate on others. See, I educated people to treat me this way. Right? Hypocrite Beach, you are. He died for the truth. So did Gonzalo Lira really give us important truths? So he is known as Coach Red Pill. And was it really red-pilled to go to Ukraine and then trash Ukraine and support Russia at a time that Ukraine is fighting for its life? That doesn't strike me as particularly red-pilled. Like, is that red-pilled? He's married, right? He was married. He had children, and yet he went off to Ukraine and trashed Ukraine in a time of war. It seems crazy.
Do you remember Gonzalo Lira? I do remember Gonzalo Lira. Well, he died while in Ukrainian custody. He was a journalist. He was a blogger. He was a guy like me.
So was Gonzalo Lira primarily a journalist? No, he was not primarily a journalist. He did some journalism. He did some reporting. But he was mainly a bloke like me, right, competing for attention in the attention sphere and facing strong incentives to give his audience what they wanted and to increasingly appeal to the most extreme of his audience, who tended to be anti-Ukraine because the mainstream media was continually telling them that they should be pro-Ukraine. And so there is a contrarian element to dissident thought that says, well, if the elites and if the media tell us X, then the truth must be different.
And he lived, if I remember correctly, in Kharkov. And he was apprehended by the Ukrainian security forces, the secret police, the political police, however you want to call it. He was investigated, he was interviewed, interrogated, and then he was set free, I think as a warning. He continued to tell the truth and have his freedom of speech, obviously. And then he was paid again a visit by these guys. They arrested him, they charged him, and they told him that he should not leave the country, which is Ukraine. He is an American, Chilean American, who was, because he died in Ukrainian custody. He's back in business, not that he came back to life, I think, in body, because I'm pretty sure in spirit he lives in many of our brains, many of us brain I'm talking about. So we have Elon Musk, the billionaire, who finally says something that people like me and others claimed before. I don't have hard evidence that Gonzalo Lira was killed by the Ukrainian government, but I'm not an idiot. And the same Elon Musk is not an idiot either. And many others, who, including Gonzalo Lira's father, who told us what happened. So
Gonzalo Lira did not seem to be in the best of health. And if you're going to risk your life to tell the truth, how important is the truth that you have to say, right? Is it really up to you? Was it up to Coach Red Pill to tell the truth? Did he really convey truths that other people weren't going to? Right? What was so important that he risked his life and risked his marriage and his kids, all right, to tell this truth?
Gonzalo Lira tried to leave the country, cross into Hungary. He was apprehended by the Ukrainians and then incarcerated. And while incarcerated, according to Gonzalo Lira's father, he was brutally beaten and he was deprived of the essentials, necessities to survive. And then he just died. The mass media here in the United States of America, the media operatives, did not even publish anything about this guy. But they published a lot about Navalny. Remember Navalny? He died in a Russian colony. Again, natural causes. Supposedly he was sick of something. No signs of being beaten or strangled or anything like that.
Right. Navalny died of natural causes. And Gonzalo Lira did not appear to be in the best of health. Now, Navalny died of natural causes, and yet the media and our foreign policy elite immediately blamed Putin for his death. Navalny went back to Russia voluntarily. Right? He voluntarily chose to consign himself to a Russian prison. And you could say, well, the symbolism of what Navalny did, that outweighed the value of his life. It made his cause all the more important. But Navalny left behind a wife and people who loved him. Theodore Herzl, the founder of modern Zionism, right? His crusade for Zionism was devastating for his family, for people in his life, right? It was terrible. And I'm open. There are some truths that are so important that it's worth sacrificing your life. In general, I think most people are going to have an exaggerated sense of the power and importance of the truths that they tell, that they risk their lives for.
But the media spoke for months after he died in the Russian penal colony, and his wife was around. I don't know where she's right now. You heard about that one because that fit this guy's narrative. Gonzalo Lira, on the other hand, was unimportant to them. Why? Because he was telling us, like many others, about what these guys are doing. So, Musk blames Zelensky for death of U.S. journalist. Let me show you this. This comes from, obviously, Russia Today. And this is from the 20th of February, 2025. Musk blames Zelensky for the death of U.S. journalist. The Ukrainian leader, and I'm quoting, killed Gonzalo Lira. The close ally of President Donald Trump has claimed. Was Gonzalo Lira. Billionaire Elon Musk, a close ally of U.S. President Donald Trump, has blamed Ukrainian leader, he's not Ukrainian as I'm not Zimbabwean, Zelensky, for the death of an American national who criticized his government. Chilean-American filmmaker and blogger Gonzalo Lira died in Ukrainian jail in January 2024 while awaiting trial for, and I'm quoting, systematically justifying the Russian aggression. So that is, if you say, okay, but the Russians did it because NATO came over here towards their borders. Yeah, well, the Russians said because the NATO had military trainers and weapons in Ukraine, and CIA had about, if I remember correctly, 12 bases over there training those guys. They did it because Ukraine broke its neutrality in 2014 per the 1994.
Okay, just name, what were the important truths that Gonzalo Lira gave up his life to convey? I'm just unaware of anyone pointing out some earth-shattering revelations that Coach Red Pill made that were worth sacrificing his life.
Budapest Memorandum, where Ukraine was supposed to be neutral, but it wasn't because the coup d'etat. So if you argue, if you bring these facts and evidence, they will call you, you're systematically justifying the Russian aggression. So if someone says you're a bitch, and you say, whoa, 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 I'm not.
Well, most countries fighting for their survival, most people fighting for their survival, are not going to treat you kindly if you're trashing them and living in their midst. Right? It seems like a recipe for death. So did Gonzalo Lira just give in to audience capture, and so he recognized he'd get the most views for doing something edgy like this?
Not a bitch. I'm actually a nice guy. And you start bringing evidence to contradict, to justify or contradict the portrayal of yourself, then you are justifying your bitching whatever. You understand what's going on here? But Navalny is an angel. I'm not going to go into Navalny deeper because Navalny, I think, worked for some. All right. Nevertheless, and he was unjustly incarcerated. And Security Service of Ukraine arrested him in 2023 after he jumped bail and attempted to seek asylum in Hungary. Lira claimed that he was tortured in custody. His father accused Kiev of being complicit in his death. The Ukrainian authorities denied any wrongdoing. Lira's father, Gonzalo Lira Sr., suggested in December 2023 that the Biden administration gave, and I'm quoting, at least tacit approval of Gonzalo's arrest. Musk has attacked Zelensky in the middle of a public feud between the Ukrainian So, what do you think? I don't have any evidence. I personally have no evidence to claim or to confirm or deny that Gonzalo Lira was abused in prison. His father claims that, the fact is that Gonzalo Lira died in Ukrainian custody. We're told that the Ukrainians are, human.
So Gonzalo Lira never seemed that physically strong or in vibrant health. And so if the red pill drives so many people in a self-destructive manner, is the red pill really the red pill? Most people who take on a contrarian, dissident perspective, all right, are not going to have a lot to lose, right? They are going to be, on average, marginalized losers. And it just feels, once again, with the case of Gonzalo Lira and hundreds of other people, they take on this contrarian perspective, not primarily because it's true, but because it enables their desire to be isolated, to live in a cave, to fulfill their own needs for marginalization. What type of person wants to be marginalized and live in a cave and be widely despised, right? Someone who's already beaten down, someone who's already broken, someone who's wounded, right? A wounded animal goes, hides in a cave. Most people who are attracted to dissident politics just keep striking me as wounded animals who are seeking marginalization, who are seeking self-destruction. And Coach Red Pill seemed to take the ultimate red pill there, and he seemed to play a huge role in his own destruction. And Elon Musk is making the case that Ukraine is responsible for the death of Gonzalo Lira. That's possible. So mine's open. 50% likely that Ukraine was primarily responsible for the death of Gonzalo Lira. 50% likelihood in my brain that Gonzalo Lira was primarily responsible for the death of Gonzalo Lira. And Elon Musk loves championing all sorts of marginalized and dissident claims. And he's just often so reckless. So I am predisposed to support Doge, right? I love the idea of what Elon Musk is doing with the Department of Government Efficiency. I love the sound of these billions of dollars of savings. But there's just such a recklessness with Elon Musk. He continually says so many things that are not true. He has a long history of lying and exaggerating. And he is not particularly credible in the things that he says. He has a great amount of credibility in the things that he has accomplished. I'll give that to Elon Musk. He does not have a lot of credibility in the things that he says. His claims for Tesla, his claims for how he was the one who went to the shop floor and he found all these savings and trying to hoard as much of the credit for himself, I find also dubious. And we now have all these journalistic investigations of the claims of Doge. And it turns out that while Doge claims it has saved taxpayers $56 billion, right, the evidence, according to Grok, so Elon Musk owned Grok 3 on the platform X, indicates that the real savings have so far been established to be something more in the neighborhood of 6, 7, 8 billion. And so that discrepancy between 56 billion and 8 billion, right, it just causes people in the middle to have more and more skepticism of Elon Musk's claim. So right now, Donald Trump has the support of his base, but his support among swing voters and people in the middle and people on the center left is just dropping quickly. And in large part, it's because of the shambolic, reckless, exaggerated, and often just plain lying and carelessness of the way that the Doge team is going about what they do. And so because I think I derive little of my sense of self from being right, so I'm able to listen to contrary points of view without getting emotionally upset, I think that these journalistic scrutinies of Elon Musk's claim seem to be a lot more credible to me right now in general than Elon Musk claims. One of my favorite right-wing commentators is Molly Hemingway. Now, she chooses to go on TV even though she could clearly lose 30 pounds.
Molly Hemingway, editor-in-chief of The Federalist. And Molly, I want to get your take on the most recent brush between President Trump and Zelensky. The media is back to its Russia, Russia, Russia hysteria. We don't know why Trump says what he says and whether or not it's part of his deal-making. Your reaction?
Well, President Trump campaigned on a pledge to end the war in Ukraine as quickly as possible, so it's not surprising to see that he's working to a negotiated peaceful settlement there. You know, we had a lot of people who claimed to be adults in the room who were willing to have 1 million casualties in this war, hundreds of billions of our taxpayer dollars spent on this, without Europe doing much to support their own defense or weighing in at the level that they should. And so I think Trump is negotiating this seriously and is explaining that, you know, with all this money, this being a proxy war that we are engaged in, that we do have quite a bit of say on wanting to end this and end this on as good and favorable terms as possible.
Right, and those terms could include Putin getting more territory. Nobody wants to see a bully win. So what's your take in terms of who's getting the upper hand here?
Well, this is a very complicated situation, and unfortunately for the world, Russia is a nuclear power. It has 6,000 nuclear warheads. They will never have to accept conventional defeat. And the way that we have litigated...
Okay, so what we would like doesn't really matter much here, right? We're talking about a space and a conflict that does not directly concern us, right? Whatever the contours of the nation state of Ukraine, it has no effect on the well-being of Americans. But having one of the world's 3 superpowers, Russia, hate our guts and do everything it can to disrupt us and to hurt us, that does harm us. And so whether we like it or not, it's in our interest to settle this war.
This war has driven them closer to China, which is not in our national security interests. We do not want to see Russia and China having any stronger bond than they do now, and we'd like to pull that away. This just is not something that we should be devoting so many resources to at a time when there's conflict throughout the rest of the globe, particularly in Asia, which is where we need to pivot and focus our attention in terms of looming global threats.
And I love the White House's latest executive order called America's First Investment Policy. And this basically limits what China can buy in America. It seems that this administration understands who the #1 adversary is.
Maria, it's incredible how much China has bought land, farmland in states throughout the country, including Maine. It's a threat to our security, and it has to stop.
Molly, great to see you. Thank you. Molly Hemingway.
So Trump was right to pivot to Asia. All right, Donald Trump led the pivot to Asia, and he was right to focus our concerns on our #1 geopolitical enemy. This is fascinating, and I was just kind of vaguely aware of the following, but historian Andrew Roberts, who is also a great writer, so many historians are also great writers. Now, just because you're a great writer, it doesn't make you necessarily wise or true or accurate. But this was a perspective that I hadn't really thought of that much.
It tends to be true that the witness of history is almost universal in this, that if you attack your neighbour in an unprovoked sort of surprise attack, and then you subsequently lose the war that happens as a direct response to that, you usually lose both your government and your sovereignty, and very often actually transfers take place that you don't want or support, but which frankly you just have to put up with.
Andrew Roberts. He's the author of an astounding 24 books. I don't know, Andrew, how you...
The sovereignty, the choice of destiny of the Palestinian people had essentially been transferred out of their hands, and that he and Israel and other players in the region have the right to essentially override Palestinian sovereignty in Gaza in so much as it's ever existed in the first place. And the second thing, of course, that he talked about was population transfers and huge what essentially would be mass deportations. And the assumption of most of the response to that globally has been a surprising one, in my view, as an historian, which is that the Palestinians retain their sovereignty despite their actions on the 7th of October, and that no deportations can take place without their active approval. And actually, if you look into the past, certainly the past 130...
So I just had what you've been looking for. I had an Alexander technique perspective on Doge, and one of the insights that I've learned from the Alexander technique is that sometimes how you do things is more important than what you do. Sometimes how you do things is as important as what you do, and sometimes how you do things matters very little compared to whether or not you get something done. So let's say you have to turn in an application for a job that you're assured of getting and that would transform your life. All right, whether or not you turn in that application on time, pretty much that's all that matters. But think about Doge and the shambolic way that Elon Musk is going about Doge. It reduces Doge's credibility to people who are undecided whether or not Doge is a good thing. And so the more Elon Musk says things that are not true or not accurate, right, so the manner in which he goes about Doge. So he shows up to CPAC wielding a chainsaw, and the base loves that, but people in the middle, I don't think, find that terribly convincing. And I would expect that someone like the Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles, and how much credit does Susie Wiles get for just completely staying out of the news? Right? She's not leaking. She's not trying to impress anyone with her own importance. So think about what a solid sense of self Susie Wiles must have. She's the most important person in the world, perhaps after Donald Trump, perhaps after Elon Musk, but she's staying in the background. And you would think that she would perhaps be telling Elon Musk, like, let's keep the White House up to date with what you're doing, and let's see if we can keep our messaging united, and that we use messaging to support Doge that is effective. And noted political commentator Tim Dillon sees us on this and other important issues in his latest show.
This is a terrible story, and they were fucking babies. This is where you cannot defend what Hamas is doing. Even if you think Israel is a monstrous, whatever, apartheid, whatever. You cannot defend the killing of babies. It's not good. No matter who does it, by the way. And I haven't defended Israel killing them, and I haven't defended Hamas killing them. It's not that religious. It's a fun seasonal thing. Okay? Now, but the baby coffin being paraded around, it sends the wrong message, I think. It's very dark. If I showed up to whatever, a 4th of July parade, a Christmas tree light, anything that went on in the center of town, a farmer's market, and then these guys are doing the baby coffin walk, I would be offended by that. Do you understand what I mean? It's not good. This is not what you want when you all get together. I think instead of that, you do a local band. Now, we know the local bands aren't good. We all know that. And they do covers, mostly. But instead of walking around with the baby coffins, you get a local band and you get some food. No one's eating. No one's drinking. You need more of a festive environment. And I just think the baby coffins, I got to be honest, I don't think this peace in the Middle East is coming. I'm gonna make a few predictions right now, and I know many people get mad at me because I'm always right. This Elon insanity has to stop. We're getting to it. He's bombing up there at CPAC. Can Trump come back? The comic who's killing, please? And not the one who's bombing with a chainsaw. Bombing with a prop. Not what we need.
So I can think of only one Trump imitator who consistently pulls off the Trump persona, and that's J.D. Vance. Can you think anyone else who imitates Donald Trump and pulls it off? I can't. I don't think Musk can do it. Mike Pence couldn't do it. Nobody else can do it but Trump and J.D. Vance.
That's not good. So we have Elon Musk, who is up at CPAC bombing with a chainsaw and doing weird bits. Now, Steve Bannon, who's not a liberal and didn't love his little Nazi salute, I don't know why, and I'm going to interview him soon, and I like a lot of what he says. I don't know why he did that. I don't know why they're doing this Roman salute, and I'm not going to do it right now. But whatever they're doing, and I know people are trolling, and I know it's fun to troll, it's going to backfire. This stuff is going to backfire. This is the equivalent of the liberals when they were doing the crazy, like when the kente cloth came on and Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer and all these idiots were genuflecting with the African cloth on, and they were trying to establish their bona fides as the most woke people ever. Whatever trolling's going on with like the Sieg Heiling and stuff like that, it's appearing cringe.
Okay, so my objection to Sieg Heiling and Steve Bannon and Elon Musk pulling what appear to be Nazi salutes is it doesn't seem to be particularly effective. On the other hand, I'm not horrified, right? Just because someone invokes a ritual that the Nazis and other groups used doesn't mean that they want to accomplish the same goals, right? Words, gestures, rituals have different meanings depending on time and place. Now, I don't think Sieg Heiling right now is an effective technique for the right. I don't think that the downside of this kind of trolling is less than the upside, right? I just think it's a terrible idea. And the free press wrote about this. The online right is building a monster. Their increasingly extreme rhetoric is eventually going to freak the hell out of ordinary people. And so when we began building the free press, the most powerful bullies were on the left. But bullying is not an inherently left-wing activity. It's a human one. There will always be bullies on both sides of the political fence, because when people gain power, they find themselves tempted to use it to control and undermine and attack anything they don't like, especially if they're feeling vengeful. So for normies who go on Twitter and you see Elon Musk reacting positively to a post alleging that actor Tom Hanks is a pedophile, right? That's not a thing that most people think is great. And then you see Lord Miles, conservative travel influencer, and he agrees with if this other right-wing influencer, not an Anglo-Saxon, therefore should be ignored. Most people are not going to respond positively to that. And if you describe Andrew Tate, whose father was black, that he's a mongrel half-breed, right? Most people are not going to respond positively to that. So if you're offline and you're a normie, you don't know how extreme things have gotten on X, right? The extreme right is disproportionately influential on the platform compared to when Elon Musk took over. And I think this is an accurate centrist critique, that they're getting high on their own supply and they are taking great joy in expressing opinions that the average American, including many Trump voters, find alienating and insane. And tirades against interracial marriage, right, is not going to be a popular perspective. Now, just because something is not popular doesn't mean that you shouldn't say it. But if something's not popular and you want to argue a point, then you should do it in a way that uses language and arguments and memes that are effective rather than repellent. So many right-wing commentators on X protest they don't have any power over institutions outside of Twitter. Well, we got a president of the United States, and we're having people on the right increasingly gain influence on various government agencies. And we do have the Supreme Court. So we shouldn't overstate left-wing dominance of institutions. Yes, most institutions are dominated by the left, but less so than 4 months ago. So both the left and the far right seem to think America is an irreparably racist country. It isn't. So the increasingly extreme racial rhetoric on the right, on X, is going to freak the hell out of ordinary people, just as the left's crazy ideas did. And then what's going to happen? We will have a backlash. So what's more important than feeling righteous is doing something that's righteous.
Jason Miller, the longtime Trump advisor, joins us in a few moments. President Trump is giving the media exactly what they want. Plenty of access, unprecedented access, constant access in the Oval Office, in the East Room, by the helicopter, on Air Force One. Virtually every day, journalists get to question the president on all sorts of issues. And you know Donald Trump, he makes news. He doesn't mince words. He doesn't pull punches. So instead of having to rely heavily on anonymous sources, reporters get to ask the boss, a stark contrast with Joe Biden, who mostly avoided them, and more availability than any other president. But that doesn't mean Trump has softened his view of the news business, as he made clear with Shawn Hannity.
You're both aware, you have to be keenly aware, that the media and the punditry class, not that, you know, I think you've proven they have no power anymore because they threw everything they had at you and they didn't win. And that was, you know, the New York Times, Washington Post, 3 networks, every late night comedy show, 2 cable channels. They just threw everything, lawfare, weaponization.
True. They're actually bad at it, because if they were good at it, I'd never be president. Because I think nobody in history has ever gotten more bad publicity than me. I could do the greatest things. I get 98% bad publicity. I could do, outside of you and a few of your very good friends, it's like the craziest thing.
Well, I don't know if it's 98%. There are some journalists who try to be fair, but clearly the vast majority of the coverage has been negative, especially with Trump and Elon Musk imposing deep spending cuts and massive layoffs. The president also talked about his least favorite networks.
When I watch MSNBC, which I don't watch much, but you have to watch the enemy on occasion, the level of arrogance and cheating, and they're just horrible people. These are horrible people. CNN, likewise. I mean, I watch them asking questions with, you know, the hatred.
Now, CNN would certainly deny that its journalists hate Trump, and MSNBC would insist it doesn't engage in cheating.
So for people in the center and the center left, they'd say that all of Trump's complaints about media arrogance and needless hatred, right, would also apply to Donald Trump. And I'm on the right, and I would agree with those critiques. So Trump complaining about media arrogance and needless hatred seems a bit rich to me.
By the way, MSNBC is canceling Joy Reid's primetime show, which has been filled with harsh, racially charged rhetoric and has lost half its audience, and replacing her with weekend host Michael Steele, Alicia Menendez, and ex-Kamala aide Simone Sanders Townsend, according to Variety and the New York Times. But the bottom line, the same president who lashes out at major news organizations also spends a lot of time talking to them to get his message out. I'm Howard Kurtz, and this is Media Buzz.
So Howard Kurtz is pretty centrist, right? He's a longtime media columnist for the Washington Post. He does a good job from the center.
The media are intensively covering Elon Musk, who strangely wielded a chainsaw at the CPAC conference, and Doge's sweeping budget cuts, often by spotlighting the impact on hard-hit individuals.
Andrew Lennox is a Marine veteran who spent 10 years serving. He was fired from a supervisor training program at the VA Medical Center in Ann Arbor, Michigan.
As I packed up my office, it's anger, you know, because it's a, you know, I was terminated for my performance. I haven't even had a performance review.
That includes Ariel Kane. Up until Saturday, she was working at the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Innovation.
It really makes me sad because I know the work we were doing was so important, and I thought it was bipartisan.
So the American people are giving reviews on Doge, according to opinion polls, and Trump support, Elon support, and Doge support is dropping because of the shambolic, slipshod, careless way that Doge is going about its operation.
More than 8,000 USAID employees were sent home by the administration.
They're not looking for competency. They're not looking for if you're good at your job. They're looking for pure loyalty tests. And if you don't give it, you will be punished.
I'm like, look, it's like being in a room and this target, the wall, the roofs, and the floor are all targets. So it's like you're going to close your eyes and go shoot in any direction. you can't miss. You know?
They're exposing the left and all of the money, the wasteful spending that we all work hard for, our tax dollars, and what it's going to. It's going to all these DEI programs in other countries. That's not what Americans want.
The way they talk about it, it's like the DNC is being audited. And in a way, they're right, because everybody that works in the government's a Democrat.
And there's no shortage of critics.
So as part of its purge of government employees, Elon Musk and his merry band of young Doge axemen unilaterally fired 350 workers. At the agency...
So it's not surprising that the left and the mainstream media is criticizing Trump, Elon Musk, and Doge. But more and more Trump voters and Trump supporters are joining. So Richard Nixon was not in danger of being forced out of office when just Democrats and the mainstream media were criticizing him. But when Republicans got on board and told him that he should resign, right, that's when it became serious. And so right now, things are trending in a direction that is bad for the Doge efforts. And Elon Musk showing up, appearing high at CPAC in sunglasses and wielding a chainsaw, I don't think those are great optics.
Responsible for safeguarding nuclear arms components.
The government wants you to believe that the person putting thousands of people out of work, making them rethink their entire lives, how they feel, families, technically he has no power to do what he's doing.
Joining us now to analyze the coverage in Nashville, Tomi Lahren, who hosts the Tomi Lahren Show on Outkick, a Fox News contributor. And here...
Okay, I think, believe it or not, that Tim Dillon's got some of the sharpest analysis here.
Trump was elected, in my estimation, to fix an economy, to limit immigration, to curtail illegality with regard to immigration, with regard to the public safety in the streets, to reverse a lot of the DEI programs that people en masse don't agree with, including blacks and Hispanics. A lot of them want merit-based policies in America. They don't feel comfortable with quotas. I don't think he was elected to make these. I know he wants to cut government, and that's fine, and I think that some of that's reasonable. But you even have people, right-wing people, going, you can't smash everything immediately. You're laying off veterans. They're laying off people that voted for Trump who are veterans, who served the country, who are now out of work because they're smashing everything, as Steve Bannon said, with a hammer. Instead of, and Bannon said, listen, I'm for government cuts, but what they're doing is sloppy, which I said before, and some people got angry with me. I don't care. I'm right. I'm always right, and you people aren't right, so who cares? I don't know how to describe this. Trump seems like he has given the country to this unelected billionaire tech CEO. If the midterms become a referendum on Elon Musk, the Republicans will lose the House and the Senate. And then they will lose the presidency 2 years later.
He's right. Right, Dillon's right. If the midterms become a referendum on Elon Musk, particularly given the way he's carrying himself, Republicans are going to lose.
Americans, by and large, do not love Elon Musk. Some of them do, but his numbers are starting to plummet. He is not Donald Trump. Donald Trump kills. Elon Musk does not. Donald Trump's jabs land hard. He's a political genius, whether you want to, you might think he's an idiot, you might hate him, you might think he's a fascist, whatever. He's great at what he does. Elon, it doesn't land all the time. It looks like you have sort of, this is like a weird billionaire talent show. This is the talent show portion of what's going on. And people are worried. I talked to a lot of people, and some of them are going, what is happening? Where is Trump? Where is the one who got elected, who communicates effectively? Susie Wiles, they just leaked something where she was like, we got to message all the stuff you're doing up there. All the stuff Elon Musk is doing, we have to message it. We have to tell Americans why it's happening and how it benefits them. Even if it's lying, we have to do it. It's politics. So here is Elon Musk with a prop. He's so high. I do respect how high he is. I do miss and love drugs. I really do miss and love drugs. Oh, man, he's high. He's feeling it. He's rolling right now. I mean, it's just.
That same question, they're also talking about you guys are going to end Social Security, you're going to end Medicare, you're going to end these things. I don't imagine that conversation has been had with the president, and that's the plan.
No, in fact, the actions that we're taking with the support of the president and the support of the agencies is what will save Medicare, what will save Social Security.
Yeah.
I'm heavily critical of.
So how you appear, how you dress, whether or not you wear sunglasses, right, and how you say things affect your credibility. And I don't think Elon is building his credibility with the vital center.
I do like the glasses, and he is clearly copying me, and
if all the money
don't
is
hate
spent
that.
on paying interest on debt, there's no money left for anything.
Yeah.
Can we say that without the chainsaw and your 2-year-old in the White House and all that? Is there a way to do that? Can you play the meme thing where he goes, I've become meme, and it just doesn't land, and you're like, oh, boy. We need Trump saying this, by the way. We need Trump more front and center. This guy can't be the only person that we see every day. I mean, it just can't. This is not feasible that you elect one guy and then. Here we go.
Come on, guys, get your act together. I'm running a high-quality show
become
here.
meme.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, pretty much.
No,
I'm living the meme. It's like there's living the dream and there's living the meme, and it's pretty much what's happening, you know.
Oh, boy. This is not good. I got to be honest with you. I don't think this is good. This is not good. Sometimes the optics are the story, meaning what it appears becomes the reality. Whether it is or isn't the reality, it actually becomes the reality. And I think they have to rein him in over there. He's having fun. Here's what I will say. It is fun to be a billionaire and on ketamine and running around with a chainsaw. I would do it. I'm not above doing it. Do you understand? I'm not saying I'd make the cuts he's making. I don't know all of the cuts. Some of the cuts seem to make sense. Some of them don't. They're getting rid of a lot of IRS people. I do kind of agree with that. Track. They're having this event in the Palestinian. Where are they? What venue is that? Can I sell enough tickets to play it? Shawn Malay? How many tickets can I sell here? Can we get this YouTube up, please, of all these? Get my agent on the phone. I want to play this venue now. I want to play the baby coffin venue. I want to play it. How many tickets do I have to sell to play this venue? Pre-sale code coffin.
A somber and hugely painful day for Israel.
Very militant.
The bodies of 4 hostages who died in horrent and cruel. Hamas. I
always wanted to go to Israel to have that shakshuka. It's that breakfast that's kind of eggs are baking in a thing of tomato. But now I don't. An unimaginable amount of horror on October 7th, okay? And I think that at the end of the day, it is very hard to put yourself in the position of any of those people who are directly affected. You know? I'm not a person that was at a rave and ended up in a tunnel, okay? I am not a person who watched my kids vaporized in front of my eyes in Gaza. All of these people are forever going to hate the people that are responsible for those atrocities. There's never going to be, and here's what this all comes down to. Truly, I am not making enough money. I should make more money for what I do. I am not paid enough money. I should be a multi-millionaire for what I do. And I'm not. And it's disgusting. And it's a shame. And I don't see a way for me to make more money from this Israel-Gaza war. I think I'm tapped on it. There doesn't seem to be a way for me to get my beak wet in Israel-Gaza. Maybe a little Russia-Ukraine, because Russia was handing out a couple of pesos a few years ago, and they're not anymore. Somehow.
So until 2022, where would you say the turning point was in the culture wars? Because until about 2022, it seemed like the left was consistently winning the culture wars from the 1960s until about 2022. Since 2022, at least you can make an argument that the right is starting to win the culture wars. Now, let's talk about this trans murder cult. And the mainstream media is finally paying some attention to the story, but they're playing down the trans angle, and the trans angle is the most newsworthy attention getting part of the topic. But because trans are the good guys in the hero system of our dominant elites and of the news media, the trans angle is consistently getting played down. So Steve Saylor picks up on this. New York Times struggles with the preferred pronouns of the Zizian trans murder cult. So the New York Times paying subscribers don't want their sense of who are the good guys and who are the bad guys subverted by journalistic clarity. So this is a Northern California court of transgender, vegan, animal rights, effective altruist, rationalist, high IQ computer geeks. Now, all of that's fairly familiar except for the whole trans murder thing. So if you're just going on attention seeking, if you're just going on news value, it's the trans angle. Right? We know about high IQ computer geeks. We know about effective altruism. We know about the rationalist community. We know about the animal rights community. We know about vegans. Right? We don't know, we haven't heard as much about transgender killers. So now the word Zezians has finally appeared in the New York Times about, is it 3 weeks after Andy Ngo was breaking this story? Now, what word is crucial to understanding the Zezians that is missing from the New York Times coverage? All right? The sacred appellation of transgender is skipped over by the New York Times. Now, normally the New York Times is not reticent about using the word transgender. It has published it in approximately 10,000 articles since 2013. And the Times also does not want to commit itself early in its 1,600-word article on the preferred pronouns of the numerous murder suspects. Instead, the New York Times is carefully constructing pronoun-free sentences. So here's the New York Times headline. Investigations into 6 killings look to a fringe group known as the Zezians. The violent deaths have led law enforcement to a group with obscure ideas. Right? Anything but play up the trans angle. So other newsletters, right, fairly early on say trans, but the New York Times is not willing to do so. But they don't talk about the leader's gender identity beyond that. Aziz is a person. So from the New York Times and the elite media hero system, transgender women, right, biological men are women and they are good. And a transgender woman is by definition a victim of bullying by Trump supporting toxic males who don't subscribe to the New York Times. So very few of the New York Times 11,400,000 paid subscribers can even conceive of an ex-man who could be bad. And the New York Times, like right-wing media, right, makes its money by telling people what they want to hear. So people don't subscribe to the New York Times in general to learn things that discomfort their worldview. Now, here's the Daily Mail headline from 17 days ago. The Silicon Valley genius at the center of the Zezian trans death cult tied to 6 killings. So Daily Mail has no problem letting you know this is a trans murder cult and that the leader is a biological man who uses feminine pronouns and now identifies as a woman. So what New York Times subscribers want, like right-wing subscribers want, is to be reassured every day that their worldview about who are the good guys and who are the bad guys is correct and unimpeachable. So one regular on the show sent me an email the other day. Why don't you talk about 60 Minutes deceptive editing of the Kamala Harris interview? And I just don't have anything to add. I don't find the 60 Minutes editing of the Harris video out of the ordinary, right? Journalists do this all the time. They clean up what people say. They often correct grammar. They make quotes seem much more smooth than they really are. So no, I don't think the New York Times editing of the Kamala Harris story was Kamala Harris segment was egregious. This is pretty much journalistic normative practice, and I predominantly don't operate an outrage show where I just show you more and more examples of why you should hate the left. Right? I use some of that, but it's not the primary thing that I'm about. I'm more about the pursuit of clarity. So the leader of this trans murder cult is like a Charles Manson level bad. But the New York Times doesn't want to see this. So very deep into the article, it emits a couple of pronouns referring to Z, so close readers can perhaps begin to get a sense that a dominant characteristic of the Zezians is transgenderism. Or maybe not. All right, the New York Times keeps things vague as long as they can. So finally, in the 9th paragraph, the New York Times uses a pronoun for one of the Zezians. So faked their own death. So if you read that carefully, you might realize that Z's logically can only be a trans-identifying individual who obnoxiously uses plural pronouns. But most readers who are slogging through a boring story, again, blissfully skim over those implications. So this is a preferred tactic of the news media with regard to news stories that would normally feed a right-wing view of the world. The news media tries to make these stories as boring as possible, as difficult to understand as possible. And that's what the New York Times is doing here. So the New York Times has intentionally degendered Ziz's possessive pronoun from the her that he prefers, right, to the more ambiguous and confusing there. So normally the New York Times would slavishly use the pronouns chosen by transgender or non-binary individuals. But because Ziz is a murderous cult leader, his chosen identity, right, his identification as a woman, that makes transgenders look bad rather than good, so that New York Times is not going to make it easier for subscribers to understand what's really going on. So the male to female transgenders tend to come in two varieties, according to Saylor. One is what the nice people who read the New York Times imagine all male to female trans to be, extremely effeminate little boys from an early age. But the other type is weirder and yet far more influential in our society. Rather than being the bullied, they tend to be the ones who bully. Right? They tend to grow up to be highly masculine, heterosexual, strong-willed, selfish, tend to have a high IQ, low emotional intelligence. Right? They are dominant in high-tech, the military, among science fiction fans, and they lean to the political right, and they're usually motivated by their autogynephilia sex fetish. And the Zizians seem to take these tendencies to homicidal extremes. And these scary X-Men have generally managed to keep discussion of their true natures out of the mainstream media. So the vast majority of New York Times subscribers who look to the New York Times for guidance on the trans question remain utterly clueless on the topic. The New York Times marketing department appears to be in no hurry for intrepid reporters, if the New York Times still has any, to wise their readers up. And this would all be funny in a minor matter, except that media miscoverage of the true nature of transgenderism, that these influential X-men are lying about having always felt like a member of the opposite sex, has set off a social contagion among underage girls and their naive parents, with disastrous effects on human happiness over the last decade. So the Daily Mail published February 5. Each of these horror events lead back to a loosely connected radical group of highly educated, vegan, and mostly transgender women, meaning biological men who now believe they're women. This being described as a cult and dubbed by online observers as the Zizians. So sometimes you follow Andy No, and you'll get to know things months ahead of New York Times subscribers, or you follow Steve Saylor. This is how the LA Times headlined the story. Vegan computer savants with Bay Area ties linked to deaths across U.S. Right. It doesn't mention the transgender angle until the third paragraph. Wall Street Journal also plays down the trans angle. Silicon Valley Intellectual Society kicked them out. Now they're tied to a killing spree. Linked to homicides, a fake death. In the elite tech world, the Zizians are known for militant veganism and now a nationwide rampage. Again, playing down the trans angle. So the LA Times, to its credit, does cover a lesbian murder angle. So we've got a Los Angeles Fire Department captain, lesbian, who's been murdered by her spouse, right? It's a woman murdered by her female spouse, and the female spouse was previously convicted of killing her first spouse, a man. So that's an interesting angle, just as when the UC California University system was largely run by a lesbian mafia. One head of, I think, UC Santa Barbara, jumped off a building because she was despondent about her relationship. Also, February 22, the LA Times posts about Grindr, right, dating app that caters to gay men, and apparently half the people who use it are underage, but the U.S. Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals ruled that it can't be held responsible for the rape of a 15-year-old boy, right, who used Grindr to match with sexual predators. So the case was previously dismissed, saying Grindr was shielded by broad immunity protections. So you have a closeted Nova Scotia 15-year-old who downloads Grindr to meet other gay kids, but he's assaulted by 4 adult men. The boy's attorneys argued that Grindr marketed its app to underage kids and that about half of gay teens use Grindr while still underage. And the civil lawsuit calls Grindr a trafficking venture. So not a lot of attention paid to Grindr and how it's predominantly being used by those who are underage. Okay, let's check in with Fox News here.
Mr. Benjamin Netanyahu says he will delay the release of Hamas prisoners after Hamas staged ceremonies for the release of Israeli hostages. The latest on the status of the fragile phase 2 of that ceasefire next.
Okay, historian Andrew Roberts had a thoughtful perspective on
years or so. That has not been the case. It tends to be true that, and the witness of history is almost universal in this, that if you attack your neighbor in an unprovoked sort of surprise attack, and then you subsequently lose the war that happens as a direct response to that, you actually usually lose both your government and your sovereignty, and very often actually populations take place, or transfers take place that you don't want or support, but which frankly you just have to put up with. So that's really all my article was about. It was taking the reader chronologically through 10 or so examples, and frankly, if I'd had the space, I could have given another, certainly 5 or 6. Readers have been sending me emails saying, "What about Greece and Turkey in the 1920s?" Yeah, actually, that would also have been an extremely good way of reinforcing the point that mass deportations and population transfers do take place. They're not very nice things. No one's happy with them. It's not a particularly pleasant thing to have happen. But very often, actually, it does alter the whole terms of reference of the future, and it does bring peace.
When I read your piece and I reached out to you, I thought the most important thing we could do is literally just go through some of the examples, because I really don't think most people understand what happened in each of these examples. And I want to go in reverse order. So the most recent one, I think, was, or one of the most recent ones, was what happened to the former Yugoslavia in the 1990s. So you can just describe briefly, like, what happened, meaning how the war was started, and how the war ended in terms of comparing it to this situation we're discussing.
When the Berlin Wall fell in 1989 and communism came to an end in Eastern Europe between then and the early 1990s, you had Yugoslavia essentially collapse as an integral nation state. And the various tribal and ethnic groupings there fell out with one another. A huge, essentially, civil war broke out. And the Serbs invaded Bosnia and lost, ultimately, because NATO bombed them. And that was the point.
So ethnic cleansing, terrible thing, but throughout history, it's been the typical response when you have someone launch a surprise attack and then lose. And ethnic cleansing has been normal practice throughout history, and frequently by concentrating people with their own group in one area, separating them from another group, that's often led to lasting peace. So it's a tough thing to do, but it's often the best solution. And ethnic cleansing, that's a term that only developed in the early 1990s, right? People weren't talking about ethnic cleansing prior to then.
Point at which the Serbs lost the control that they had, and essentially also lost their control over their own destiny.
So to me, genocide is 1,000 times worse than ethnic cleansing, right? If people have to be moved a few miles to another area where people share their language and share their religion and share their genetics, right, that doesn't strike me as the worst thing in the world.
Destiny as a sovereign people, and had to put up with population transfers that took place at the Dayton Accords. In the mid-1990s, it was made much worse by the fact that the Serbs had carried out an appalling, monstrous massacre at Srebrenica in the July of 1995, where they killed 8,000 innocent Bosnians. And so, which obviously has overlaps with the...
Every minority group should ask themselves, how are we coming across to the majority? Right, you really, if you want to hold on to your job at work, right, you want to ask yourself, how do I come across to my superiors and to my employer? Am I aligned with what my employer primarily wants? And if you're a tiny minority group and there's a dominant majority, you should want to make sure that your behavior comports with what's in the best interest of the majority, right? Why would you want to give the majority an incentive to be rid of you? And yet, this doesn't get any attention nowadays, right? It's just never talked about. All right, 3 police officers killed here.
Christopher Reese on the right since 2022. Virginia Beach Police Chief Paul Newdigate says the men tried to stop a car with an expired plate. Investigators say the suspect, John McCoy III, did not pull over until reaching a dead end. They say when McCoy finally got out of the car, a tussle broke out, according to the chief, who says it ended
All right, why aren't they showing a photo of this man who murdered 3 police officers?
moments later when McCoy pulled a pistol from his pocket and shot both officers, who later died at local hospitals. The police department says the suspect had a 2009 felony conviction, and his body was found in a nearby shed with what appears to be a self-inflicted gunshot wound.
This incident was caught on both body-worn camera and the in-car camera. So yes, we do have video of all of it, and I will tell you it is quite horrific.
And nearly...
So one of the terrible things about these kind of shootings is that it makes police more trigger happy, because when you're afraid for your life, when you pull someone over, all right, if you're a second too late, all right, you could die.
30 miles south of Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Around 10:30 Saturday morning, suspect Diogenes Archangel Ortiz, he held hospital staff members as hostages and even restrained one of them with a zip tie. The district attorney said during a news conference that police departments arrived on scene to defuse the situation, but a shootout eventually took place. The suspect was killed and 3 police officers were struck, to include Officer Andrew Duarte, who was killed. According to his LinkedIn page, he had served with the West York Police Department for nearly 3 years and previously served with the Denver Police Department for more than 5 years.
Now, generally speaking, being a police officer is not extraordinarily dangerous, right? Getting killed or maimed in the line of duty is exceedingly rare.
The 2 other officers, doctor, nurse, and custodian, who were all wounded during the tragedy, thankfully are in stable condition. The DA says the suspect targeted the ICU of the hospital after being there earlier this week, but Mike, the motive is still unknown. Back to you.
Devastating weekend for those long.
Why no picture of the suspect? All right, why aren't we shown that? And so I went on Twitter to see if I could see a picture, and this is a report on Twitter.
Dangerous man
from
is off
2009.
The streets. Meantime, in
Seems
Virginia
to be
Beach,
the
police
guy.
say an armed and dangerous man is off the streets. Police tell us this guy, John Lee McCoy, turned himself in early this morning. Beach police say he pulled up to a car and opened fire in broad daylight Sunday on Independence Boulevard. McCoy is being held in the Virginia Beach Correctional Center without bond.
So, don't know why no one in the news media is showing any picture of the suspect. He does seem to match this description from an incident in 2009. Okay, this is what I found on X, and so these are some of my favorite tweets on X. So Elon Musk has built 2 different platforms, Grok and Community Notes, on X, specifically designed to separate fact from fiction in an unbiased algorithmic fashion. One uses humans, Community Notes, the other AI. In the last few months, both have consistently and repeatedly called out Elon Musk for spreading BS on X. So now he is going to fix Community Notes. Next, I'm sure we'll see him update Grok. It's incredible that he can't see the very products he created are trying to tell him something, and instead he's just going to deny reality and ruin the products for everyone else. And Elon Musk has a tweet February 21st, best bureaucracy is no bureaucracy. And that's simply not possible. It's absurd. It's idiotic thing to post in most instances. All right, there may be instances where reduced bureaucracy is preferable, but for any large organization, you have to have some bureaucracy. Jerry Mueller, who's a center-right retired historian, says, could there be a more clueless observation about the structure of all modern societies? Yes, claiming that best bureaucracy is no bureaucracy. So the new FBI Director Kash Patel is ordering 1,000 agents at headquarters into the field. And Jerry Mueller says, is this an important effort to destroy experience and expertise in law enforcement, now the typical Trump administration modus operandi? Jerry Mueller wrote a book called The Tyranny of Metrics, where he explores the dysfunctions of attempts to replace judgment based on experience and expertise across a variety of realms. Never has there been a case as hubristic and stupid as the current attempt by Musk and Muscovites to decide the fate of federal employees based on no experienced informed knowledge whatsoever. Richard Hanania. Doge claims to have saved $55 billion. Wall Street Journal able to find $2.6 billion. Only 2% of savings are related to DEI. The rest is stuff like a clinical test for a drug to help with Alzheimer's. Now, there's some real government efficiency. An entire police department in Alabama put on leave after a grand jury said it operated as a criminal enterprise. And the facts on the ground are some police departments act as criminal enterprises. Some churches act as organized crime. Some synagogues act as organized crime. Some mosques operate as organized crime. There's no group of people who are just always the good guys. The people who have an axe to grind against IQ research are almost always political activists of the far left. They cannot conceive of individual differences in ability as anything except for a threat against their own political ideology. So these are some of my favorite tweets I've read recently. What I don't entirely grasp is why they stop at IQ or research on intelligence. We have a lot of unfair, unequal individual differences in people that's widely researched in psychology. Physical attractiveness. Not everyone is equally attractive, and large benefits go to those who are. There are personality traits like conscientiousness. Right? These benefit individual life outcomes about as much as IQ does. Not everyone is equally predisposed to be hardworking and diligent. These are also highly heritable, meaning highly genetic traits. Every other cognitive ability, memory, attention, social cognition, there are big differences across individuals. Right? If you're an IQ denier, why don't you level the same critiques at every other human psychological trait? And I like what Steve Saylor tweets here. There ought to be a law that to gamble, you need to be able to explain cogently why you aren't going to win in the long run. And Steve Saylor has written about the need to take care of our fellow citizens who are on the lower half of the IQ bell curve. Right? We have ethical obligations not to use complex laws like our immigration policies to exploit our less acute fellow citizens for our own benefit. So who is this foolhardy politician who talks like an updated version of Harry Truman? Right? It's Pat Buchanan. Of all the forlorn causes that Pat Buchanan has backed, the welfare of not-so-sharp Americans might be the most hopeless. America's growing IQ stratification and the resulting class war that the clever are waging upon the clueless is one of the greatest unmentionables. Nobody else in politics is even thinking about the inevitable conflict between the left half and the right half of the IQ bell curve. The notion that Americans with double-digit IQs have a moral right to leaders who defend them never seems to occur to their countrymen with triple-digit IQs. So there is a cruelty to IQ denialism. Female bias in mate selection in favor of tall men is egregious. Nobody ever says we need to change handsomeness standards to stop discriminating against short men. Susie Moore, an attorney, says, I practiced law for 30 years. I had to document my accomplishments daily in 6-minute increments. Now people are flipping out over a simple request like Elon Musk made. Makes them sound like entitled brats. So he sent off an email to all federal employees asking them to talk about their top 5 most important accomplishments over the past week. And Elon says the reason that people are flipping out is a significant number of people are supposed to be working for the government are doing so little work that they're not checking their email at all. In some cases, we believe non-existent people or the identities of dead people are being used to collect paychecks. There is outright fraud. This is moving. At 2 a.m. in Israel, people got out of bed. They drove hours to the south of Israel to hold flags and to be there when the coffin of Shiri, a woman who was murdered by Hamas in November 2023, is a sign of respect. Right? This is strong in-group identity. Cremu, one of the great online accounts on X. What's the deal with airline accidents? National Transportation Safety Board updates counts daily. They've been declining over time. These trends are unrelated to news reports. So our airline safety is consistently getting better. One piece of evidence that illegal immigration has declined rapidly over the past month is that migrant shelters are now empty. The idea that mass illegal immigration is unavoidable does not seem to be true. It's much more likely that mass illegal immigration is a choice. And Donald Trump fired a lot of people who were leading our military. Cremu says, I don't see what's unpatriotic about firing someone who wants disastrous racial quotas for Air Force officers. There's no legitimate explanation for why this general wanted people to be Asian or black or gay or female to fly jets and to drop bombs. So the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff for the U.S. military was very much into DEI. He wanted to limit the number of white officers, basically reduce their number in half, and boost the numbers of every other group. So when Steve Saylor enters a conversation on X, David French, New York Times columnist, longtime National Review columnist, responds, the racist has entered the chat. Right, it's an ugly personal attack to slander polite and reasonable men like Steve Saylor as racist. The reason people like Steve Saylor are hated is not because they are principled, but because they routinely use moral condescension as a disguise for deep pettiness and stupidity, talking about people like David French. Thomas Chatterton, Williams, Kathy Young, David French were all early, principled, inclusive, incisive critics of left-wing identitarianism and its excesses. And they've all befouled their nests with their "that's racist" line of reasoning. So Lomez, who's Steve Saylor's publisher, says, this is revealing of how the Richardson, Nunya, Richard, Spencer, and this class of formerly right-wing centrists have come to their politics. It's not about policy, it's not about ideology. It's about embarrassment over the less sophisticated parts of the right. It's the narcissism of small differences towards the Chads. And from a discussion here, Glenn Lowry and John McWhorter, where they were wishing for someone to take out Donald Trump.
With the monstrous events of the 7th of October 2023 in southern Israel. So you have a precedent there, essentially, one of many, as I say in this article, for the loss of sovereignty and for the population transfers.
Okay, so now I want to go back to World War II and post-World War II. You talk about the experience of the quote-unquote ethnic Germans that were living in Czechoslovakia. So can you talk about their brief history right before World War II, and then how things ended for them at the end of World War II?
Yes, what the Sudeten Germans, who made up a majority of a region in what was then Czechoslovakia in 1938, did under their leader Konrad Henlein, was essentially to ask Adolf Hitler to invade Czechoslovakia, or at least threaten to invade, and allow the Sudetens to join the Third Reich. Then, of course, in the March of 1938, only 6 months later, Hitler invaded the rump of Czechoslovakia and fought the Second World War, lost it. And when the Russians moved into Czechoslovakia in 1945, huge population transfers took place where the Sudeten Germans were essentially picked up, along with lots of others from East Prussia and Silesia and so on, millions of them, and moved hundreds of miles to the west to live in what was to be Germany rather than Poland or East Germany. And it was an enormous transfer of population, and the reason that it could be done was because the Sudetens did not have sovereignty. They had fought that war and lost it.
In your piece, you compare the relationship that the Sudeten Nazi leader had, meaning the Nazi leader of Sudeten in Czechoslovakia, the relationship he had with Hitler in Nazi Germany. You compare that relationship to the relationship Yahya Sinwar had with the the Islamist regime in Iran.
Oh yes, absolutely. He was an acolyte. He was not a direct puppet in that he didn't just do everything that Hitler wanted. He was trying to encourage Hitler, of course, to go further, and he fitted in perfectly with Hitler's overall plan to bring Czechoslovakia into the Third Reich and bring indeed all Slavs into a sort of slave position to the Aryan race in Southeast Europe. So yes, he's almost exactly the same kind of figure. He was admired by Hitler, I think, in the way that the Iranians used to admire Sinwar. They used him, but he was ultimately the sort of.
Okay, here are some other posts on X that came to my attention. Isabella writes, I agree with Laura Loomer. I wasn't going to post these, but now that Ashley St. Clair has leaked her own private signal messages with Elon Musk, after lying and saying she just wanted privacy, here's more evidence that Ashley St. Clair planned to baby trap Elon. She sent me these text messages in May 2023 when she first met Elon and started sleeping with him. She said, I need his rocket babies. I need a caption to seduce Elon Musk in May of 2023. She doesn't care about privacy. She planned to seduce him. By her own admission, now she's leaking his text messages, so I'm leaking her text to me now. We need to condemn these promiscuous gold diggers. Another comment. If Elon's whole thing is about spreading his seed as far as possible to ensure his legacy, shouldn't he be impregnating scientists and mathematicians and not C-tier right-wing egos like Ashley St. Clair? Elon's an idiot for sleeping around, creating a bunch of broken homes, but I think the God's supreme justice here is that he has to deal with Ashley St. Clair for the rest of his life. And Elon has weighed in, whoa, after Isabel Moody leaked these text messages. Laura Loomer, she literally planned to baby trap you, Elon. It's predatory behavior. Okay, this is interesting. The most devastating weapon is true propaganda. I want to find more of this conversation, but here's this guy, Samo Berger, often has interesting things to say.
The Europeans' first knee-jerk response will be anti-American, but in this sense, things like J.D. Vance's Munich speech, where J.D. Vance points out something that Europe used to speak about plainly. He points out that actually Europe doesn't seem to be run as a democracy very much. It seems to be bureaucratically dominated. Europe used to talk about this 10 or 20 years ago. There was this term in use called the democratic deficit, where it was believed that the European Union needed to have democratic legitimacy and more democratic processes to be politically sustainable. They quietly stopped talking about it after the European Constitution failed key referendums. And at that point, I think they started quietly changing practical definition of democracy to be something rather different. And, you know, in the speech, J.D. Vance pointed out that it's very hard to talk about common values if the Romanian election can just be canceled because they didn't like the result. And this isn't an EU election or an EU referendum. This is just the national election was just invalidated by a court for some amount of Russian meddling in it. But you know what? If 100,000 euros of Russian propaganda can invalidate your election, maybe.
So if my Sunday morning shows, sometimes my best shows, I think much of the reason is I get filled up and I get stimulated, and my best self is developed by spending so many hours at synagogue on Saturday. So there is a sense of relaxation when you're around your in-group, and when you're all sharing a fairly similar hero system, when you're sharing common rituals, common standards of behavior, there's a tremendous sense of relaxation, and you can let your guard down, and you can confide in people, and there is relatively little tension. And there's no substitute for like face-to-face connection with people with whom you're largely on the same page and with whom you can be real, with whom you're also encouraged to be your best self as well as your true self. And I get ideas and I get revelations and realizations that are not available simply through reading books, right? The best parts of me are stimulated by face-to-face connections with people who bring out my best
Maybe
self.
our democracy's like not that strong anyway. Maybe actually the speech space is extremely limited. And maybe the only reason the Russian propaganda is high impact is because it occasionally highlights things that the Romanian media or Western media chooses to ignore. The best way to defeat it would be to not ignore it, right? Don't leave weaknesses for foreign adversaries to point out, because the most devastating thing in the world is true propaganda.
Bennett is live in London to explain why this high-stakes election is being watched closely around the globe. Stephanie?
Hey, Mike. Yeah, some are describing this as the most important election of their lifetime. There's more than 60 million eligible voters in Germany. And as you said, the polls are now closed and a tallying is getting underway. Now, this was a snap election, of course, after the previous government collapsed. German Chancellor Olaf Scholz's government lost a vote of no confidence in Parliament last year, and he is now up against several others vying for the top role. The front runner is Friedrich Merz with the conservative Christian Democrats, and Alice Weidel of the far-right anti-immigration Alternative for Germany, or AfD party. They're tipped to come second. Those exit polls released are now showing a victory to Merz with 28.5% of the vote, followed by 20% for the AfD party, a new record for them. Meanwhile, projections show Scholz's party has 16.5%. It's their worst ever result. Again, these are not official, but it's a good indication. Today, voters in southern Germany took to the polls in traditional attire. One voter said it's customary to wear it on Sundays for church, dinner, or to vote. Now, every voter gets 2 votes, one for a directly elected candidate and the other for a party list.
Yes, due to the situation in Germany, I think it's even more important that people vote. I hope for a change so that energy costs are affordable again, and that this country, which is now divided, that hopefully something will change, that things will get a little better.
So I often feel like I've met my mirror image when I hear from Kip. If I ever encountered someone who was pretty much on my same IQ level, right, modestly above average, it's Kip. So Kip writes on X, my self-esteem was never the same after Old Country Buffet said I didn't have the right stuff to be the carving guy. I trained for decades and they dashed my hopes and my dreams. Abortion clinics should be forced to do perp walks with baby coffins after each procedure. I dated someone who did abortions, an OBGYN, and I don't think I would consider that disqualifying as long as she has large breasts. Joy Reid's show has been cancelled, poor gal. Can't bake a big, beautiful cake without breaking a few eggs, says Elon. Why wouldn't the owner of X be on X? Of course he's rolling. When I watch Halpern, Shawn, and Dan, I can't help but notice they're just 140 short. New York Times was bought by a Chattanooga man named Out of Oaks. His family still owns that rag. Well, what is a superior newspaper? Yes, the mayor of Los Angeles fired the lesbian head of the Los Angeles Fire Department. John McWhorter is the worst kind of pseudo-intellectual, says Kip. I disagree. He's sometimes pretty good, and sometimes he's terrible. Elon Musk and his shiksas, his life is turned into one big honeypot. If EU doesn't like the outcome of an election, they'll simply claim Russian involvement and cancel the results. It's not that they canceled the results of the Romanian election. They canceled holding an election in Romania. Europe is falling fast. Well, Europe is troubled. I'm not sure that it's falling fast. So I'm a big fan of Samo Berger. Let's play more from his February 21 video.
This strong focus on the United States. It's kind of the times envy, times of kind of culture war hatred. Like when there's a right-wing president, there's kind of almost a rebellion in the provinces. in the client states of the American empire, like there is unwavering focus. And all ideological concepts, like for example, trans rights as a movement and liberal ideological priority started in the United States and was picked up by Europe. It didn't independently evolve in Europe, right? Maybe it would have eventually happened, but as a priority, it began in blue states of the United States. So the more you look at this, the more you realize that you have strange phenomena like people in.
So if I wanted to get better at my live streaming, I'd pay attention to when the chat ends and then go back for the previous 5 minutes. So I took a class on how to create a one-man play, and my teacher said if you lose your audience's attention, you have to look back at the previous 5 to 10 minutes, right? You usually don't just lose your audience attention just like that, all right? You were on a trend where people become increasingly disengaged. So the YouTube chat hasn't moved in 15 minutes, all right? So whatever I was doing in the 5 to 10 minutes before that, right, 40, it might be worth contemplating. What did you do to lose the attention of the chat, right? What was going on in the 5 to 10 minutes before the chat stopped that caused people to tune out?
Poland or Slovenia or Romania becoming very interested in gun rights. Why is that? That is a complete ahistorical import from imitating basically American flavored libertarianism. Why? Because the political diet they consume online is American or heavily geared towards U.S. interests. So even when it's doing like a European take on American daily politics, that is a take on American daily politics, right? In a sense, the Western civilization is perhaps more a single unit today than it was 30 years ago because we all use the same websites. At least for now, X.com hasn't been banned. We all watch YouTube.
So I just finished reading a biography of Lachlan Murdoch. He's the eldest son of Rupert Murdoch. It's called The Successor, The High Stakes Life of Lachlan Murdoch. I can't recommend this biography. I don't not recommend it. It's not a great read, but it's adequate. I'm not sure I learned anything, but I've paid quite a bit of attention to the Murdoch family. So this book came out in 2022, and so he writes that in the fall of 2020, Lachlan and his wife Sarah decided that they'd had enough of life in Los Angeles. They moved back to Sydney with their 3 kids, perhaps for good. And one thing that surprised me when I was back in Sydney over the past few years is how many people, when I mentioned that I lived in LA, they'd say, "I'm sorry." So it used to be that LA was highly regarded overseas, a pretty cool place to live, but life in California has lost a lot of prestige over the past few years. So Lachlan might not say so publicly, but in his bones he believed that Australians had a better way of life. Well, Australians do have higher quality of life in general than Americans. Now, Tucker Carlson reckoned that Australia turned into a COVID dictatorship, right? But Australia came through the pandemic with a death rate that was about 1/10 that of the United States and a vaccination rate of 95%. Schools were safe from gun violence, right? But this is not primarily because of things that Australians have done. So the fundamental attribution error is that other people do bad things because they are bad people. And we do bad things because of circumstance, but circumstance affects all of us, right? It's not government legislation that allows Australia to have schools that are free from gun violence. It's primarily a matter of demographics. The politics of hate and polarization have not yet split the lucky country, Australia, down the middle. Yeah, the culture wars are about 1/10 as intense in Australia as in the United States. Now, here is the bias of the author. Those things that made Australia a cocoon for Lachlan and Sarah and a better place to raise their family, things like tougher public health restrictions and gun control, were the very things that Fox News railed against in America on a nightly basis. No, it's not public policy that made Australia a place with a higher quality of life. It's the demographics of Australia. Running Fox Corporation from Australia suggested a fundamental disconnect. Lachlan was hardly practicing what his network's primetime anchors preached. At work, he was a ruthless 5-star general in the culture wars, overseeing the Fox News juggernaut, pumping America first and driving earnings growth in the family business. What Senator Elizabeth Warren famously called a hate-for-profit racket. There's some truth to that. There's a fairly good description of Fox News hate porn, as it's equally a fairly good description of the New York Times. So the laid-back Australian and all-round smooth operator, spectacularly rich, impeccably mannered, handsome, open-minded, adventurous, savvy, fun. But not much evidence that Lachlan is a particularly impressive entrepreneur.
To Instagram, the single internet is no longer a global internet because China has its own very developed internet ecosystem, but it kind of is a Western internet with still only a minority of, say, people from India or from Nigeria participating. And when they do participate, they don't really drive the news or share interest. So it's not that a story from Nigeria would algorithmically become the dominant thing in your feed. Like that just will tend not to happen. The Western world is still interested in the United States and Western priorities, sometimes in rival powers such as China or Russia, and everyone else is sort of along for the ride for what is still a pan-Western news cycle. Now, this pan-Western news cycle tends to favor the highest level of politics over local politics. So in a way, every single generation of young Europeans today knows less and less about European politics, or at least the reality of how European politics is done, because they no longer watch the local news TV station, right? The TV station set in the local language. I think that it's about 50-50 if you ask Romanians.
I enjoyed this lesbian Australian singer-songwriter, Alex Lahey. And why am I talking about her? Because something Kip wrote brought her to mind. Treat us like a focus group, 40. Drop some traffic and weather from time to time. We don't live in LA, but at least we can enjoy the vibe and play along. And so Alex Lahey has a fun song, Newsreader. The Australian terminology is much more honest than news anchor, right? Most people who read the news on TV are primarily news readers. That's what they are, and you shouldn't expect more from them. And so she's a lesbian, and that helps you to better understand the song. I'm in love with the newsreader, but she only ever gives me bad news. Every update is doom and gloom, and I know she feels shit about it too. Too bad it's on the auto cue. Why it's got to be like that, baby? What about the bright side too? Yes, let's come back tomorrow, and maybe your spin will change its tune. I'm in love with the newsreader, but I only see her when she's on the clock. Her voice is ringing in the living room, and she's there more nights than she's not, but only from the waist up. Why it's got to be like that, baby? What about the bright side too? Let's come back tomorrow. Maybe your spin will change its tune. Throw me to the sport and weather. Make me feel better before they send it back to you. So they call it sport in Australia, not sports. More puff pieces and car chases, world and finance news. Gotta get commercial breaks in, drumming up the views. I'll be watching you. Why it's gotta be like that, baby? What about the bright side too? Let's come back tomorrow and maybe your spin will change its tune. Throw me to the sport and weather. Make me feel better before they send it back to you. So the primary newscast that Australians tune into is the 6 p.m. bulletin. And so you get about 22 minutes of news, 8 minutes of commercials, and that covers world news, national news, and local news. Have you had a crush on the TV newsreader? I loved that. Who was that good-looking brunette who looked a little bit like Jacqueline Smith, who did the... Look, if you come at the king, guys, you better not miss. That's all I got to say, but here we go. That Jacqueline Smith look-alike on CNN headline news, something Russell. She did it for about 20 years plus, smoking hot. She wrote an autobiography. She was something of a crush of mine in my early 20s.
It's under 25. Do you watch the news, or do you follow political news on Twitter? If you follow political news on Twitter, do you follow it in English, or do you follow it in Romanian? A minority probably only follows it in English, but still, I bet they follow it mostly online on the various social media sites. And I bet they probably don't watch Romanian national TV very much if they're politically interested. And in a way, the focus then becomes on pan-European politics, on these big, sometimes on the EU. One possible perspective on this is that actually the European Union can at times be so annoying in its commentary on US politics because it is competing for the attention, not of Americans, but young Europeans. If you're 20 or 25-year-old European and you're interested in politics, even if you're very mad at Donald Trump, you are spending a lot of time thinking about Donald Trump. And the only way the European Union, or presumably your career will continue, could possibly matter, is if it has something to say about Donald Trump. And that already shows that it's in a way subordinate, right? The US presidency is more important for Western civilization than the European Commission. The European Commission, though, is probably more important than the governor of Idaho. So this old Westphalian perspective, where you have legal sovereignty and economic, and let's say this globalist perspective, where you had economic globalization, both fail to capture what is actually happening, which is a synchronization of attention across the Western world, all of these countries, leading to a somewhat synchronized status hierarchy. There's nothing objective or universal about any human status hierarchy. Within China, she is like the most important person. Within Bulgaria, she is pretty important, but maybe she is less important than the president of Bulgaria. Still, I think even within Bulgaria, president of the United States is more important than the president of Bulgaria or its prime minister, if they were to visit. And this phenomena, the synchronization, points to something that's not quite a single polity, but it is some sort of commonwealth. So the reality is what we call the Western world is completely cross-penetrated politically. And this goes forward not just to things like attention, it goes to the operation of various nonprofit organizations. USAID was, in the news recently, where all of this money was found that has been sent around the world, sent to Europe, sent to Latin America, basically advancing various progressive causes such as trans rights and so on. This set of priorities, this set of spending that has ideological impact, where you're trying to synchronize the social norms and the political priorities of countries that, there's no direct national security reason or national interest reason to do so. It just feels like the right thing to do. There is not a communist international, but there is a liberal international. And in the last few years, there's now a conservative international. And they're both centered on U.S. terms of discussion, and they are centered on U.S. social media. And currently, there's a power struggle as to...
So when Australia was starting up its own version of 60 Minutes, they recognized that they'd have to do half of their stories or a third of their stories overseas, because in a country of 20 million people, there simply weren't enough interesting stories in Australia. And Bob Altberger says, I can relate. I spend more time on American politics than Norwegian politics. Also, for some people, I think American politics, they're not just more influential and important, they may be more interesting. They are more raw, more awkward, more jagged, not nearly as smooth as the politics I would expect in European countries. Maybe that's a stupid perspective, but...
I do worry, and as you see from the estimates from our company, that actually imposing these tariffs would have very damaging effects on the cost of vehicles, would lead to losses of jobs in the United States as well as in Canada and Mexico, and that's a big concern. So I hope we resolve these issues without having to go down the road.
So one thing that rubs me the wrong way about TV news compared to live streams and podcasts is how performative it is, how fake it is. They pretend to be offended and taken aback that a 19-year-old would call himself big balls. Right? That's obviously fake. The people on TV don't talk like real people generally.
Of punishing tariffs.
His Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnick, also talking tariffs. Let's play him.
What we are going to do, as the president said, reciprocal tariffs. Either you bring yours down or we're going to bring ours up. If we go to their level, it will earn us $700 billion a year to be equal to everybody else. And there goes our deficit, and interest rates come smashing down, and the whole economy explodes higher.
Is there another?
So tariffs is a good example of how Donald Trump may end up doing the U.S. and its economy more damage than good. So I think whatever side you're on should keep an open mind. It's not at all clear. Let's look at the YouTube chat. An alpha male dominates conversation, so does a live streamer count? Well, there are people like Kevin Michael Grace, right? There's an alpha male. I mean, he sets the temperature. So when you have two people doing a show, usually there's someone who reacts and reports, and then there's another person who sets the temperature. And setting the temperature of a conversation is much more challenging, and it's a much more rare gift. And Kevin Michael Grace has it, and I do not, right? I am not a dominating personality like Kevin Michael Grace. I would expect that there are a lot of rooms that Kevin Michael Grace can walk into, and just the whole vibe will change. I would see Dennis Prager. He'd just walk into a room, and it would have a profound effect on everybody. And Prager had that gift at like age 6, right? He was always elected his class president for 12 years running. He had that much charisma. Someone like Kevin Michael Grace has that much charisma. I don't, right? I don't have that level of wattage. And Bob notes that the person talking at the beginning of the show about Gonzalo Lira had the same optics and same mannerisms. JF claims that he talked to Gonzalo Lira after he was tortured by the Ukrainian government, said that Gonzalo wasn't like himself at all, completely different guy. Yeah, if you'd been saying horrible things about the country that's now imprisoned you, you have legitimate reason to fear for your life. Who was the guy who wrote about the myth of heterosexual AIDS? Michael Fomento. He gave me an interview, and he just absolutely trashed Colombia. And then he did something stupid in Colombia, ended up in a Colombian prison, and that various people reached out to me saying, Luke, pull down your interview with Michael Fomento because he trashes Colombia. It's making his life more painful and more difficult. And I understand there are good arguments for that. On the other hand, there are good arguments. He said it. It was on the record. It was an interview. I did not take it down. And so if people want to be that level of self-destructive, is it my responsibility to try to bail them out of their own self-destruction? Yeah, Elon Musk defending Coach Red Pill, too hilarious. Right, it's the same mentality as talking red pill points at an office party. So often the red pill is just an excuse to commit social suicide so that you can stay in your cave and you have fewer choices in life, and therefore you don't have to spend energy and experience the pain of making choices, because when you become socially ostracized, you live in a cave and you just don't have that many choices. So you get to skip the pain of making difficult choices. I think with a large percentage of dissidents, the truth matters to them more than anything, right? So it's good to value truth. It's bad to use truths to self-destruct. Right, the Biden administration was trying to bleed Russia, but at a tremendous price, not just to Russians, not just to Ukrainians, but to the stability of the world. Didn't Hillary Clinton and the Barack Obama administration have a pivot to Asia policy back in 2014? Yes. They spoke about a pivot to Asia, but Donald Trump actually did it. No, Donald Trump did not run against the pivot to Asia policy, but Donald Trump actually implemented a pivot to Asia policy. It's a lot more challenging to actually do something rather than just say words about it. It's a sunny day. 40 is bringing the Sunday papers. Melania was away from D.C. for last month, so Michael Wolff is out with a new book on Donald Trump's victory, and it says that you can't overstate how much Melania hates Donald Trump. I'm not saying that's true, but it comes out on Tuesday, and Michael Wolff is often a fantastic writer, and he often has fantastic insights, and he also often has things that seem to be of dubious truthiness. When doing a Roman, it's best to forget everything you know. And the analysis by Tim Dillon, where is Trump? That's silly. Trump is in the public just about every day, speaking to the public, speaking to the press. Horatio said, I got kicked out of 109 bars and I didn't do nothing. Well, let's take an Indian tribe, and let's say that it tried to reach accommodations with a much more powerful enemy, the United States government, and in the process of trying to accommodate to the demands of a much more powerful enemy, it was kicked out of 109 locations. Would one then automatically assume that the Indian tribe was in the wrong? I think that would be a faulty assumption. So just because a group's been kicked out of 109 countries does not automatically mean that they're nefarious. Just as if an Indian tribe is kicked out 109 times out of 109 different locations by a much more powerful enemy, that doesn't mean that the Indian tribe is inherently nefarious. The great mass of Americans don't know the difference between genocide and ethnic cleansing. It's all genocide to them. Good point.
Whether Silicon Valley is more important, or is it European governments? So in other words, the European governments sort of want the world where nominally there is freedom of speech, but you control what happens on national TV. You can with law.
Yeah, Kevin Michael Grace would set the temperature. Luke would put on a sweater. I mean, for nearly 2 years, I did a show with a guy who was a phenomenal talent. Right, just huge amount of charisma, tremendous strength of conviction, always prepared, always professional, easy to work with. And in the end, I wasn't happy, not because there's anything wrong or flawed or bad about Kevin Michael Grace. It's just I needed to separate for the sake of my own, for my own well-being, but not because there was anything bad about Kevin Michael Grace. Just very smart, very, very strong man. History of European colonists with Native Americans did not always have the same balance of power. Right. But when the United States government was the overwhelming power and the native Indian tribes had to accommodate it to survive, then they had no choice. Either they had to move, do what the government said, or they'd get imprisoned or wiped out.
Laws, like they have in France, tame the media. You can, not just with laws, but with indirect influence, funding, staffing, semi-control what state-funded media does. Now, to my American listeners and viewers, it's good to know that almost every European country has their equivalent of the BBC. There is one news org speaking in the native language of the European country that is government funded. Also, of course, by the way, the BBC partially received its funding, not just from the British government, but from USAID. So there is something strange happening when the US is funding British state media. If you were thinking about it in a Westphalian nationalist way, there's nothing wrong with thinking about it that way, but politically, what we have is an elite level mesh, and then an algorithmic mesh, and then a series of...
So Americans are pretty tolerant people, and the left has won pretty much all fronts of the culture wars over the past 70 years. Where did the trans movement go wrong? Accurate analysis here from a comic, Matt
I think it's really
Ruby.
egotistical. I do have an issue with pronouns, but it's nothing to do with gender, I swear. I just think it's really egotistical to introduce yourself by telling someone how you want them to refer to you when they're talking about you later. Which is the purpose of a third-person pronoun. It's such a strange way to introduce yourself by telling someone your name and then being like, when you're talking about me with your friends, here's how you should do it. Like, what have you done? Like, you should have to do something remarkable first. Right? Because I was on this Zoom call the other day, 10 people on this Zoom call, like they're all introducing themselves. My name's Zach, my pronouns are they, them. My name's Eliza, my pronouns are she, her. I'm like, I'm never talking about you again. I don't know why you feel the need to tell me this, Zach. You're not doing anything interesting. You should have to do something interesting. You know what, Zach? Drop the N-word on this Zoom call, all right? Yeah. Yeah, then tell me your pronouns. Then you can go for it. Because I'll be like, yeah, I'm pretty sure they're getting fired. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Just saying, I don't think this is going to work out for them at all. I really don't. No. Malik was on the call. Him mad. Him very mad. I'm Matt Ruby. Thank you so much.
So comics are some of our most important, most perspicacious, right? Most important, most valuable, most useful, most productive members of society, because they often point out truths that other people lack the courage to do so. So I'm a fan of Matt Ruby. He's not right-wing, right? He's center-left, but he has a lot of common sense. He's got a lot of sharp critiques of the right as well. But comedy works only if it's true. And so you laugh. You have an involuntary response when they're touching on truth. So follow Matt Ruby on Substack or wherever he is. I just wish there was a comic that was worth me following. That every time I try to follow someone like an Andrew Schultz or anyone else, there's just so much nonsense. The value ratio to the nonsense is just not high enough. So I wish there was someone who was worth following more closely, because I value, I respect, I love the insights that comics have into life. Who should I follow? Like, who should I pay attention to? Like, which comics are worthy of paying close attention to? Because when they're good, man. They're valuable. And they're only funny if they're telling the truth. If they're saying something that's not true, it's not funny.
Economic, political, and military interdependencies centered on the United States and to a lesser extent on Atlanticist ties. And if we view this from the perspective of world history, I think we would come to the view that something like a very decentralized state has come into being. Let me put it this way. The politics, priorities, and geopolitics of Lithuania, Spain, Britain, Australia, Japan, and the United States are much more closely coordinated than the Kingdom of Bavaria and the Kingdom of Prussia were in the Holy Roman Empire. Yet when we draw the historical map of medieval Europe, while we acknowledge the Holy Roman Empire as a very decentralized state, we map it as one state. So there's no such thing on paper as a Western Union. But arguably, even when you compare, say, Portugal, Sweden, and Hungary, they have about as much in common with each other in terms of political priorities and economic strategy, even though they're all in the European Union, as they do with Australia, Canada, or the United States. There is a very interesting way in which there is no formal expression of a de facto union between the Anglosphere and continental Europe. And currently, there's a culture war that's being fought very viciously between the European governments, which are allied with blue state America, versus sort of red state America. And red state America trying to find allies within the coalition, such as Hungary and Italy,
get Kip
to side with them.
back onto the show. Kip, what's going on, man?
Not too much. You having a good weekend?
Yeah, I am. Thank you.
Good. Nick Mullens, if he's not trying to pander to a left-wing audience, he's funny as hell. And then
Okay, cool.
Tim Dillon, bless his heart, he's aside from the fact that he's gay, which he seems to hide pretty good, he doesn't seem to dwell on it. I think I dwell on his gayness more than he does.
Yeah,
And
I've never heard him talk about it. It came as a surprise to me. So,
Right. But it's there. It lurks in the background. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
You wouldn't want to drop the soap around him. But he is funny nonetheless. And he's a good biting cultural critic. Is it critic or critique? Either way, he is that. He is that. And it could be his gayness that gives him that biting edge. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't care. I'm fine with following someone and being friends with someone if they're gay. I just don't want to shove down my throat.
Yeah. I tried having a gay friend one time, and I don't know. Every conversation gets back to some core belief, at least this one particular gay guy had, that 1 in 2, 1 in 3 dudes were all secretly gay.
Oh.
And I would just try to tell him, dude, there's some guys like me when we think dudes, we think of hairy asses, and there's no way I could maintain excitement, with that kind of visual image. I try to tell them, no, the number is lower than that. I don't know how much lower than that, but it's lower than that. It's not 1 in 2. It's not 1 in 3.
And a normal heterosexual male finds it just viscerally uncomfortable, precognitively. Like before even thinking about it, before religion, before values, before anything, it just makes a normal hetero man highly uncomfortable in a way that it doesn't do for women. And so I remember Bronze Age Pervert, and I don't know if that was the name of his book, but apparently it was big in the Trump administration. It is big on the dissident right, and Kevin Michael Grace assigned it as our selection for that week's book club. And I just loathed it because it was just pushing homosexuality down my throat every page. I just found it revolting. And like his homosexuality, it just pervades everything he says. And I know people on the dissident right, they love Bronze Age Pervert, and I just find him revolting.
There's something, maybe, was it the book that was called Bronze Age Mindset? Or
Yeah. I just found it revolting because it was like gay, and I'm not into that.
Right.
And he took very big exception. Like he didn't take my revulsion lying down.
I watched the Luke 40 marathon show, 7 hours and 19 minutes, and there was innuendos being made to one Jim Goad of the same type of thing.
Right.
And he sure as hell did not fit the mode. Were they just ribbing on him? Or is there
they're just ribbing on him. So Jim Goad admitted to some same-sex interaction. And I think if you've had some guys do have a handful of sexual experiences when they're at an experimental stage or when they're in prison, but when they have a choice, they go hetero. And so Jim Goad is dominantly a hetero guy, and he was honest enough to admit to some same-sex interactions.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I had a cousin once that he should have been gay. He had a lot of effeminate qualities, but at the same time, he liked women and boobs. You know what I mean? But he was like 85% there. He was well on his way to like being gay, except he wasn't. Yeah. So it's weird how the puzzle pieces are sometimes put together. I think his mom, his mother my friend's mother might have been like an interior decorator or whatever, but she just must have spent too much of a smother mother to him or something, because he had everything except the love of the male form. You know what I'm saying? He was pretty much all the way there, but he loved women.
Well, the best explanation I've heard, it makes the most sense for me, is that boys who grow up without a good relation with their father naturally incline towards eroticizing male attention to make up for that hole in their soul, and that then they over-identify with the mother, with that feminine thing, and so that naturally predisposes them to homosexuality. And that seems to be true for gay guys I've known. It's quite rare in my experience that you meet a gay guy who has had a good relationship with his father. And however flawed my relationship was with my dad, and it did have its shortcomings, and I did throughout my life seek out substitute father figures because of the flawed and inadequate nature of my relationship with my father. Luckily, it was not at an erotically intense level, right? I was not erotically seeking male attention. I just wanted a father figure. So for all my dad's flaws and for all my flaws in relating to my father, thank God I never became thirsty for the erotic male gaze.
No kidding. But from a lot of things you described, there just wasn't enough of Desmond to go around, was there? You just had to take a number for Dad, that sort of thing.
But even when there was enough, we just didn't click. My father had two primary interests, evangelical Christianity and preventative health. And he also primarily related particularly to men only in a top-down manner of offering instruction. And so if you did not want to be instructed by my father in matters of Christian theology and preventative health, it made it impossible to have a relationship with him, at least if you were a man or a male. And so even if my dad was all there, it was just impossible for me to enjoy relating to him. Pass.
Mm-hmm. You know, you were mentioning earlier, I don't know, I get this image of they must like sedate you Jews when they let you into the synagogue or something, because you paint this picture of the serenity and the tranquility. But we've all seen Seinfeld. We know how neurotic you Jews are. You said it yourself. If the thermostat's 2 degrees high or two degrees low, somebody's bitching. How do they get y'all to get along so swimmingly?
Yeah, but I didn't say anything about serenity. That didn't come up. I said that I bonded with people, and that means often intense conversations, right? Jews tend to be verbally intense. They tend to be verbally provocative. They sometimes engage in verbal bullying. They're verbally intense, and I can very easily become verbally intense, and I feel quite comfortable. So it's not a serene setting. A synagogue is not a serene setting. I remember how shocked my parents were when they first encountered these Jewish children because of how rambunctious they were. Because Jews are much more emotionally intense, and they allow their children many freedoms that Gentile parents would not allow. And so it's not a serene experience going to synagogue. It's an intense experience. And I freaking love it. Like, I love intense experiences with people that I'm favorably disposed towards.
Yeah, when I think of like just Middle Eastern people in general, when I think of their discussions, there tends to be a lot of gesticulations. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, and there are. And they're physically close, right? So there's much less body space. There's sometimes often gesticulating, but it's the verbal intensity. It's the honesty, right? People are open with how they make money, what they want, what they don't want. I mean, for me, like, openness, honesty is like one of my favorite qualities. It makes me so high and so happy when other people are just open and honest with me. There are a few things in life that are more exciting to me than vulnerability and honesty and verbal intensity.
Mm-hmm. You know, after investing, I can't say that I went 7 hours and 19 minutes on that stream that I was checking up on, that old stream. But I recognized Fuentes. He was on there and seemed pretty measured. He wasn't going, I didn't listen to everything he said, but he didn't seem to be off the reservation about anything in particular back then. Am I right? Am I wrong?
Correct. He was very measured. He was very chill. It was a Saturday night, and so it was kind of just a fun stream for everyone but Jim Goad.
And then, there seemed to be a bit of a piling on, but you're saying that was all good-natured. It didn't.
Well, it was good-natured for those who weren't the object of it. For those who weren't Jim Goad.
And then Baked Alaska, I had, of course, maybe the face looked kind of familiar, but the name definitely sounds familiar as somebody who like used to be online but now isn't.
He was a major E personality.
Mm-hmm. What happened with him? Is he any idea why he vanished or?
He got into legal trouble, criminal trouble. His life seems quite chaotic, so he didn't seem to be on a good path, and I don't have an update. So he was, he was a big deal for a while.
And Goad, a comedian, or what was he by trade?
No, he's a writer.
Okay.
And, he's just a writer.
And then I checked out you and Frame Game Radio, or what was it?
I did like 5 shows with Frame Game Radio.
Okay, and who knows? Maybe that was Ricardo's voice I heard bouncing in.
Yes.
Ask questions from time to time.
Yep.
You know what, Ricardo? He must, because that was like 6-7 years ago. Ricardo must be older than I imagine him based upon his voice. He has a young man's voice. How old do you reckon Ricardo is at this time?
I think he's close to 40.
Okay. Well, he just he sounded like he wasn't new to the scene then, back in 2018. So, and I was going to ask you along the lines with the Mike Benz conversation. We know like Scott Adams. I don't know why, but I think of Benz and Adams kind of in the same breath because they both seem to be hip to at least elements of persuasion and that sort of thing.
Yeah, and
But,
both families, both successful.
Yeah, and Adams has Dilbert, and I know they've like kicked him out of the mainstream, but I'm sure he's got some way he's able to monetize off some people that still love Dilbert. They're out there, don't you, Luke? But
Yeah.
so what does that mean for Benz? This has got to be like this has got to be like the high watermark for Mike Benz's life, wouldn't you think?
Oh yeah, I mean he's hugely influential. I mean Republicans love him. He's very good at what he does. He's not very good at telling the truth necessarily, but he's very good at giving you the feeling as someone who listens to him that you're being imparted deep insights. He's great at propounding pseudo profound insights, and I'm politically on board with him. Almost everything that he favors in political terms, I'm on board with. And so I am thrilled that he's so effective. I just don't look to him for truth, but effectiveness, that's its own criteria, right? Optimizing for truth is not the only thing that people should optimize for. Sometimes it's much more important to optimize for being effective than for telling the truth. And he is a case study in being effective.
Well, maybe you don't mean to do this, but at least to me, you're portraying him sort of as a Alex Jones type figure. What puts him in that realm? What takes him out of the realm of like normalcy into the realm to where you think he's being a little hyperbolic? I know when he said that he got like had a cup of coffee in the Trump administration, I know you're highly skeptical of that. But aside from that one thing, what things has he said or done that's kind of put him in the entertainer category instead of like someone that's actually giving you information?
So I never put him in the entertainer category. I never put him in the Alex Jones category because Alex Jones is not hugely influential with powerful people. Like Alex Jones is not a power within Republican politics. Mike Benz is hugely influential, right? The people who operate the Republican Party listen to Mike Benz. They don't listen to Alex Jones. So I did a whole show decoding Mike Benz and playing excerpts of just all sorts of ridiculous things that he said. So I'm not putting Mike Benz in the Alex Jones category. I'm not putting him in the entertainer category. I'm putting him in the political activist category. And in the political activist category, in the category of making change in the world that is aligned with my hero system, he has enjoyed unparalleled success. He is fantastic as a political activist, and he is fantastic at giving you, the listener, a sense that you are being let in on some deep and profound insights. Right? It's very exciting to listen to Mike Benz. You feel like the vein, the veil has been lifted, and you finally see how the world really works. And it's like, oh, wow, this is amazing. You get energized and excited, and you want to fight for what's right.
Yeah. And then at the end, after 50 minutes of just blowing you away, he'll say, imagine, because I don't think he does say this, but imagine if he said, now, I've got some really, really good stuff to share with the subscribers only. So if you want to go with us for the next 15, 20, and you can see him just dialing up. I gotta. You mean he was holding back on me? You mean he's got more to give?
But he's not primarily about the money, right? He is primarily about making America great again. Like he's primarily about free speech online, and so he should get credit for that. He's not just someone who's trying to make a buck. All right, I'm broadly aligned. I can't think of any political part of his political agenda that I am not on board with, and so I think it's great that he's successful. Like I think it's fantastic because what he stands for, I stand for, and so I'm glad he's successful. But that doesn't mean that I look to him as a source of truth. He's a source of truth about what works. He's a source of truth in creating a recipe for success and influence. And he said something very smart and sharp and wise to me back when we were doing shows together. He said, "Look, I love you, but you don't matter. Right? You're not making a difference in the world." And he was right. I had a tiny audience compared to him. When Frame Game Radio came on the scene, he was just so much better than everyone else at what he did. Now, I am hamstrung by some qualms that he's not hamstrung by, right? I cannot be as effective and as popular as Mike Benz as long as I am unwilling to say things that I know are delusional, false. I'm not willing to say anything equivalent to I read Cyber at State, or the other dozens of things that he says that are factually not true. So he's playing a different game, and I respect him. Right? I don't denigrate people who are fantastic at racquetball for not being good football players. Right? They are good in a different sport. Right? Mike Benz is superb at a different sport than what I'm playing, and I'm so glad that he's making a difference. That the goal of political activism and changing the world, that's a fantastic goal. That's a worthy goal. That's deserving of respect and accolades. I want him to enjoy all the fruits of the fantastic work that he does. Optimizing for truth should not be the only goal in life. There are frequently far more important things. And so he's really good at what he does.
Well, as a former racketeer that knows you can't ride that wave forever, in some cases you'll go to jail trying to. But like in his case, what do? You know what I mean? When you're riding that swell right now, do you hire a PR team? How does he parlay this into Mike Benz never having to do any actual lawyering or whatever? How does he parlay this into like Easy Street?
Come on, you know what I'm going to say. It's personal connections. It's all about people. And so he has recruited powerful, influential, smart, affluent people to his side. And that's the best form of insurance, right? That's the best way to navigate life, is to have rich, powerful, influential people who are aligned with you and who value what you can bring to the table. That's the best way to go through life. That's the best insurance. That's the best hedge against inflation. That's the best hedge against destruction. That's the best hedge against tragedy and marginalization, is to provide a valuable service. Mike Benz provides a hugely valuable service for the Republican free speech agenda. He is so good. He's providing a valuable service, and people love him, respect him, adore him, value him, I assume funnel money to him, just do everything that they can, because the natural human inclination is when someone is helping you, you want to help them back. And Mike Benz is helping the Republican free speech cause, and so it'd be only normal, natural, and healthy for people who value his good work is to help him back in turn. He has built up so much goodwill, and it doesn't matter to me. Like, I know someone fairly well, I know people fairly well who are incredibly jealous of Mike Benz, who want to detract from Mike Benz's accomplishments, who want to devote themselves to bringing down Mike Benz. And I think that's a terrible recipe for living life. It makes other people wary of you. It's just not an effective path in life. I'm sure that there are valuable, important critiques and criticisms of Mike Benz, and I've made some of them my own, but it would be the last thing on earth that I would devote myself to, is to like bring down someone who's on my team, Mike Benz. There's no part of me that wants to bring down Mike Benz.
Yeah, there used to be, I heard Carolla say this one time, there used to be a time in life, maybe in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, when you saw the guy go by in the fancy Cadillac, the son would say to the dad, "Who's that?" The dad would say, "That's Mr. Johnson. He runs the hardware store. If you kick ass and take names, you can have a car like that one day." But we're not like that anymore. Now they want to tear down Mr. Johnson. They want to take his Cadillac. You know what I mean? They want to cancel Mr. Johnson, drag him down. Tall poppy syndrome deal. You want to say something about that?
Yeah, and we have some say over how other people react to us. So you can become successful and conduct yourself in a way that massively incentivizes people to want to see you fail. On the other hand, you can conduct yourself in a way that incentivizes people to side with you. And so I'm thinking about one influential person that I know and that I revered for decades, but revering someone never prevented me from posting something negative. So I revered this guy for decades, and then I posted something negative about him. And he asked around, like, what's the best way to get this down off the internet? So he didn't just come with a frontal assault on me. He asked around, and he did something smart. And he created a situation where I took it down because that was in my best interest. But he did it without any direct contact, and he did it without harming me. And then he reached out to me, and he was kind to me. He was really kind to me. He was really nice to me. And then after he was really kind and really nice to me, right, I did the dirty on him, and he was bewildered. He said, it's not so much that I resent what you've done, but other people are going to think very poorly of you because they're aware of all the kind things that I did for you, and then you go ahead and do this. And I realized, oh, wow, that's a good point. So I took it down. And this guy has just been repeatedly kind and good to me. And this is someone that a lot of people revere. And he goes out of his way to help people. Like, he enjoys people liking him and loving him. And very few people resent his success because he is just super kind, super helpful, super nice. And so we have a profound effect on other people. Also, America, out of all countries I'm aware, is the least likely to try to carry out some tall poppy syndrome, right? That's more common and more popular in other countries. Americans, at a higher percentage than any other country of which I'm aware, seem to want to emulate success rather than to denigrate it. But you don't see a lot of nasty gossip about Meryl Streep because I assume she does not conduct herself in a way that incentivizes nasty gossip. So people who end up the targets of nasty gossip, they usually played a huge role in their own misfortune. So Gonzalo Lira, Coach Red Pill, goes to Ukraine and he trashes Ukraine while Ukraine's fighting for its survival against Russia. Right? That's a poor formula for life. And so if you're nice to people, if you're helpful to people, if you are courteous with people, you massively incentivize people to want to side with you because it then becomes in their interest to see you succeed, because when you succeed, you spread the wealth, you spread the joy, you spread the good things that have happened to you, you spread them around, and so you get more and more people on your side. Did that answer the question?
Yeah, it actually got me thinking. It got me thinking about, like, now, I don't know, you and I disagree on this, but me kind of thinking that the West is on its way to falling. It looks like a victimhood Olympics all the time, and it looks like just a endless excuse factory. But that wasn't the way it always was. Way back a couple of 100 years ago, I'm thinking of the British really particularly, when they had their colonization scheme, and really when they did it right, you realized they were revered abroad. Some of the ones that took that real seriously, they were men of substance. They were noble people, full of truth. They were about the true, the good, and the beautiful. Very noble, honorable, aristocratic. They basically had a face that grew to fit the mask that they had to be representing the empire. And I think about now, sort of like what the West represents. And I'm just wondering, like, how did we go from that, well, you and I maybe probably agree the mid to late 1800s might have been the apex of the West as far as like intelligence or whatever. But there was you could revere people like that. There was a nobility there that even the people they had colonized, they were very respectful of them. They knew they were doing things for the right reason. But everybody That's all been changed out to everybody sort of just being in it for themselves. Am I right? Am I wrong? Something to say, Luke?
Well, there's something to that, but there was never a time when the West was just universally regarded with adulation or respect. Right? It's always been mixed, and what people say is not necessarily what they always feel. I remember I moved into the UCLA dormitory in September of 1988, and there's always been a huge hunger in me for a father figure. And so I very quickly became close to a faculty in residence member at the UCLA dormitory, Jules Zentner, who is the pre-health, pre-law advisor at UCLA and someone who would teach classes in Scandinavian literature and film. And so he was in his 60s, but he was a bachelor, and later found out that he was bisexual when he hit on me like 6 years later. But my point being, okay, so I like this guy, I respected this guy, but I remember once he took part in a conversation that I was having with a group of people, and in that conversation I kind of derided things that he said, and I said, you know, you've got an unhealthy interest in student sex lives, and so he ceased making. Hey, I'm getting feedback, so I don't know what you just did. He ceased making certain critiques after my critique of him, and I don't think he should have done that, because I just popped off with something off the top of my head. So often I'll make critiques or criticisms that I don't really believe for whatever reasons. So there was never a time when the West was just universally respected. People always are going to have mixed feelings about those who are more powerful than them, and what people say does not necessarily measure up to what is really going on for people. So I'm getting feedback again. So people in England at Oxford and Cambridge universities in the 1930s, according to some poll taken then, said that they would not fight and risk their lives to defend their country. But when the time came after 1939, they did fight and risk their lives for their country. So the poll results did not reflect what people were truly feeling. So I think today there is respect for the West. There's just a whole variety of opinions. Now, in elite perspectives, all right, respect for the West was probably dominant prior to the 1920s, 1930s, but certainly by the 1960s, it became more and more of a high status thing among the elite to denigrate the West. But
right,
the individual reactions are going to be all over the place.
Mm-hmm. You know, earlier we were talking about those Europeans, and geez, why is it the industrious Chinese doing that Belt and Road Initiative? The way you and I see it, Europe should have been going down to Africa with cap in hand, trying to build stuff out for those people so that they could have got those natural resources that they don't have in Europe. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, it's not at all clear that the Chinese Belt and Road Initiative in sum is good for China, right? They are out trillions of dollars, and China has almost no allies. So there's some evidence that the Chinese have received some benefit and some influence thanks to these Belt and Road initiatives, but it's not clear that overall this is good policy. And the United States has used foreign aid for similar reasons to the Belt and Road Initiative, but it's not necessarily in America's best interest to engage in a similar Belt and Road Initiative. The United States is protected by two enormous oceans. We got two very weak countries on our borders, Canada and Mexico. I don't think the U.S. needs Belt and Road type initiatives to reach out to the rest of the world. We have hundreds of allies. We have powerful, strong alliances. Almost nobody is allied with China. Possible.
Right. But you don't expect Europe to really go down without a fight. Now, I say that knowing they really don't have any like strong armies or whatever. But you know, they're like a caged animal. Eventually, they're going to have to like go in some direction. And that may mean, hell, that may mean joining the BRICS or whatever. You get what I'm saying? If we get in a sort of adversarial position with them, you never know what they're going to do. Because it's going to be based on fear, whatever they do, you know, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, but I'm not sure how much there is a Europe. There's really France and Germany and different countries that often have very different agendas and face very different incentives. BRICS is not a formidable force. I'm skeptical of Europe, an entity called Europe, allying with anybody. Europe is not a completely spent force, right? Europe is still a place with some formidable resources on hand, but compared to the trajectory of the United States, right, as each year goes by, Europe is weaker and weaker compared to the United States. But the same thing is true with Russia and China. As each year goes by, the gap between the United States and Russia and China, particularly in economic terms, just keeps widening. So Europe will be around for a long time. They're not going to disappear in terms of wealth and influence. It's just that on a relative basis, Europe has been declining in wealth and power for approximately 25 years.
Mm-hmm. You see, what I thought was weird when I thought about it was America is shrinking its government and trying to put more power back into the 50 states. At the same time, I guess relatively around the same time that Europe, formed this super government, in Brussels. So it makes you wonder if they're going to keep going in that direction, or if they too will kind of change course and go back to more like the UK, where they just want to be left to their own devices.
Well, there's no evidence that the United States has devolved more power to the states. All right, overwhelmingly, the executive, the presidency, has just grown more and more powerful vis-a-vis, particular the legislative branch, and with regard to state and local governments. So Donald Trump is not doing much to return power to states and local governments, a little bit here, a little bit there, but overwhelmingly Donald Trump is using his executive power to fight for the things that he believes in. He's not reducing his executive power, right? We still live in what is somewhat a constitutional dictatorship. And Donald Trump is not doing much to take away from that.
One thing I wanted to also tell you is, I know it's boring for the chat, so I don't.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what people find boring or what people find interesting. Say what you think is true and important.
Oh, well, on the finance end of things, I've been hearing rumblings of maybe the U.S. constructing a sovereign wealth fund, and
yes,
that would be sort of if China is giving us TikTok, and let's say we get back the Panama Canal, and let's say they count that gold, and I think 8 metric tons of gold in Fort Knox is something just under $1 trillion, and then if they all the confiscated Bitcoins from all the people that got put in jail when the Silk Road went under, if they throw all that stuff into like a sort of a magic box, and if nothing else, get them Wall Street magicians to take that magic box and get people to invest in those things that they put into the magic box, to the point to where we can at least maybe offset the federal debt. You get what I'm saying? Where in 2024 we took in $5 trillion and spent $7 trillion. Well, over $1 trillion of that was just paying the federal debt, the interest on the federal debt. So if that magic box could it at least get rid of that interest line item of the debt, wouldn't you think that'd be a beautiful thing? Look forward to any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think we could make progress. And the way we operate Social Security is ridiculous compared to the way other nations operate what's called superannuation in Australia. Right? We're not investing those Social Security funds. Like, even if we just bought bonds with them or invested in the stock market, people should have the option to invest their Social Security in various schemes like that you do in Australia. It's just ridiculous that we're not investing Social Security funds, that they just sit there. If we did anything with them, from bonds to stocks to some kind of combination to a sovereign wealth fund, right, people would get far more in Social Security. But because it's a red-hot political issue, George W. Bush spent major political capital trying to turn Social Security into a more effective, efficient, and higher returning vehicle for people, and he made no progress. But we definitely should be using Social Security funds, combining with some kind of sovereign wealth fund, so people should have the option for all sorts of different ways that they want their Social Security, whether it's in some guaranteed money market return, whether it's some combination of stocks and bonds, whether they just want the biggest potential earnings, such as investing in the stock market. It's ridiculous what we don't do anything with Social Security funds. They just sit there, and no other country of which I'm aware is so pathetic in not investing in Social Security funds. So let's take our Social Security funds, let's create that sovereign wealth fund, let's give Americans a choice with what kind of fund they want their Social Security returns invested in, and allow them to check. Like in Australia, you can check every day, right, how your superannuation, the equivalent of Social Security, how it's doing, and you can choose various investment vehicles, whether it's a guaranteed, low interest return or something that's more adventurous.
Yeah. I mean, I get what you're saying, Luke. I really do. But again, remember what this is for. This is supposed to be the safety net, so we wouldn't want it to be too adventurous. You get what I'm saying?
Well, people should have that option. Overwhelmingly, investing in stocks is a great return. People should have the option, right? I am not going to be super adventurous, but people should have a choice.
Right. I don't know if they still have 401ks because, I hadn't worked in almost 20 years. But what you're saying, to me, I was envisioning maybe where somebody from the age of 16 to maybe early 30s, they're going to take the little bit more adventurous, and then from the 30s to maybe 50s, they'll get the middle of the road. And then from the 50s to the 60s, riding it out, they'll want the real, give me the guaranteed stuff with no funny business. So, but I just don't think it should be, no crypto coins and no crazy investments or whatever, because that's got to be something people are able to depend on in their 60s. So even if there's going to be, I get what you're saying, give somebody some sense that they're controlling the destiny of it, but again, nothing too crazy on that. But
wait. So remember during the high inflation days early in Biden, right? There was the I bond where it would guarantee a return above the inflation rate, all right, guaranteed by the U.S. Treasury. I mean, we should have our Social Security funds in the equivalent of an I bond, where you're backed up by U.S. Treasury Department, and you should be able to have the option of, like, the safest vehicle would be something like an I bond, where you'd be guaranteed a return above the rate of inflation and backed by the United States Treasury.
Yeah, thank God that inflation was transitory. You know what I mean? Woo! Thank God. Otherwise, we'd still be paying. Oh, wait a minute. We're still paying. But no, just to close, I was just going to say, once again, Elliot Blatt deserves some sort of trophy or medal because you didn't have a show yesterday. And he was crazy enough to take my call. So he had to deal with my ramblings. I believe yesterday was me wondering if we're just sort of stuck with our bag. We have this bag of personality traits, and there's nothing we can do. In my own life, I was
wait. We don't just have a bag of personality traits. They display very differently in different situations. When you're in church, or if you're at a wedding, or you're alone in nature, or you're at a bar, or you're at a sporting event, your personality is going to be very, very different. Do you agree, disagree?
No. Yeah, in different settings it will be. You can wear a little bit of a mask, that's for sure.
It's not just a mask. Different settings will encourage different parts of you to come out. You are going to feel quite different when you're walking around a cemetery than when you're in a bar watching a sporting event.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, my point is, I'm tortured by this sort of bag of character traits or whatever that I can't really shake. And the only time I was able to really shake any of them was back when I had like become a mystic or whatever, and that changed some of my personality traits. But even then, you know, it didn't change everything. I kind of was what I was. So I guess that's both good and bad.
Wait, let's get specific. Like, you're saying you're tortured by certain personality traits. Just give me one.
That I'm tortured by?
Yeah.
I am, a lot of it has to do with, remember I told you that I'd made a wrong move trying to build a legacy for my daughters.
Okay, so yeah, let's just say, so a specific relationship with a family member.
I built one of the houses was a problem, and it's basically been a nightmare for me for the past decade.
Okay, so you have some family relationships that have been a nightmare, but what's from a 12-step perspective, there are 4 character defects, and so most character defects can be encapsulated as one of these 4. So I'll tell you mine, and then you can maybe share something about yourself. So one character defect is lack of consideration, and so out of all the character defects, this causes me the most pain. Lack of consideration that I show for my own welfare, lack of consideration that I show for other people. Another way of understanding it is a lack of conscientiousness. So inconsideration is a major character defect. Another major character defect is dishonesty, when you should be honest. Now, you should not be honest in all situations, but when you're being dishonest when you should be honest, that is a major character defect. So then fearfulness, when you're excessively fearful compared to how you should be operating, that's a major character defect. What's the other one? Inconsideration, dishonesty, fear. Whoa, blanking. Inconsideration.
I dwell on my failures, and Elliot was saying, no, you're doing fine. But I'm like, but I can't see it that way. All the successes, I'm supposed to have the successes. I don't even think about the successes. I dwell on the missteps. You get what I'm saying? 5 years later, 10 years later, my mind goes right back to those missteps. And so, was there anything?
Yeah. So probably that sounds like a lack of honesty, because you're a human being, so you will inevitably make mistakes, and you are not operating with an adult perspective, right? You're just focusing on what you did wrong, but given that you're a human being, you'll always do wrong things. So you're not being honest with yourself when you just focus on the mistakes that you've made, and you're not seeing them in relationship to the good things that you've done. So,
right,
so I'd say lack of honesty with yourself is the defect that we're talking about.
Right, and I developed what's called, I think they're called a complex, you know what I mean? Where something becomes so big, I just say, I take a big old dose of fuck it all, and I just refuse. We all make mistakes. I hired the wrong builder. I listened to the wrong sister. And what was supposed to be a $175,000 project turned into a $275,000 project. And I was right near the end of it, you know, buying probably what it would have been the last $5,000 or $10,000 worth of shit. And then it was just a door. It was a stupid door, Luke, that goes from the basement into the garage. And the price of this basic metal door was like $372. And it's, I'm reminded of an old movie called Used Cars, where my mom was just saying, man, that's too fucking high. And the guy's like, yeah, that's actually about twice the price, but it's because it's not a standard size door. They're having to cut this door and build it specifically for you, so you'll have to prepay for it and blah, blah, blah.
Okay,
and
so let's cut to the chase. Why did you have a lack of consideration for your own welfare and your child's when you allowed yourself to be bamboozled? Like, what is it about you? See, the reason you feel terrible about this is because this is an ongoing problem. This is not just a one-off with a guy and a door. This is a problem throughout your life, that you have demonstrated a lack of consideration for yourself and for other people, allowing yourself to go along with the easy thing or what you're told to do. And so what is it about you that has consistently operated with a lack of consideration for your own welfare And when you treat yourself with a lack of care, you will inevitably treat other people with a lack of care. So that to me is the nub of it, right? It's not just this one contractor. The nub of it is that you don't treat yourself with very much care. You risk your life needlessly. You injure yourself needlessly. You live recklessly. What is it about you that consistently treats you with a lack of consideration?
I don't know. I think I'm too lazy. I thought they paint the picture that the thing you're supposed to do is go out there and make the money. So I finally said, I'm going to be comfortable with the fact that I'm getting ready to spend money. And then making the money wasn't the hardest thing. The hardest thing was treating a series of contractors and watching them like a hawk. And you know, knowing that they were going to, every other one of them is going to fuck you over. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so you've got a disease of vagueness, right? You don't want to be on top of what's really going on. You are not willing to show due diligence. You're not willing to operate in due diligence because you're getting a payoff from being victimized. So when these subcontractors and contractors screw you over, it meets a need in you that the world sucks, that other people suck, that you are right to withdraw from human interactions. And so you are getting your needs met by creating space for other people to screw you over because that fulfills some part of you that's been there since childhood, that the outside world is an unsafe place, that other people are unsafe, that people will screw you over at every opportunity. So you have consistently placed yourself in the position to be screwed over to fulfill your need since childhood to regard other people and the wider world as unsafe. And so you get a payoff because when this happens, you get evidence that this is why I need to be alone and cut off from all people, because all human interactions are going to be messy. All human interactions are going to contain a considerable element of pain, and that pain of normal human interactions is something that you can't stand. And so you build up all these excuses for why you should be as isolated as possible, and so you create opportunities for people to screw you over so that you can feel righteous about staying and living alone.
Wow, you put that all together yourself. I don't agree with much of it, but I'm sure there's something in there that's true. But anyway,
come on. Wait, no, don't go away yet.
I can't leave you like this.
No, you can't leave me like this. So I can read that because the same is being true in me. When I moved to Los Angeles in March of 1994, I got taken for about $10,000 in acting and modeling scams. Now, why did I get taken for these scams? Because there was a part of me that wanted to believe that I had the right stuff. And I was willing to pay money for someone to feed that delusion. And so a normal person who didn't need to live in that delusion would not have been susceptible to paying money. But I was paying money for other people to tell me that I was a star. And so I went to one audition, and it was for a movie, and they said, what kind of part would you like to play? And they ended up like running an ad in Variety, which was the #1 trade publication, about a forthcoming movie where I had a leading role, bro. Like I was going to be a star. And it only cost me like $200. And I had Variety like saying, you know, future movie star, look forward. I was willing to pay out to fulfill that delusion. And so you're saying most of what I'm just said in my analysis doesn't ring true to you, but some of it does. Some of you knows right now that you get a payoff from other people screwing you over, that it meets some need in you, and other people would call this a sick pathological need, but let's not judge it. There's a need in you to be fucked over by other people because it then justifies you from cutting people out of your life. You get a payoff because then you get to live, you know, much more like an island. So where's the payoff for you? What is the need that it meets in you to create an opportunity for other people to screw you over?
It's because I needed to finish a house. And
no. Go deeper. What is it in you that needs to be fucked over?
Why do I need to feel fucked over?
Do you feel like deep inside you're a piece of shit, and so you need to create situations for people to treat you like a piece of shit?
No, I'm a pretty good person. I'm just lazy, Luke. I mean, I've never hid that from you. I'm the laziest person.
There's a part of you that feels like you're a piece of shit. True or false?
The lazy part, yes.
Okay, so you know deep inside at 3 a.m. when you wake up, you sometimes feel like I'm a piece of shit.
Right. But here's the way the lazy work to my negative. It's not necessarily what you're saying. I just assume the people say they're going to do it. You give them the money or at least half the money, and they fucking do it.
That's idiot. You know that's the most idiotic thing, and nobody has ever succeeded in life with that attitude. That's unbelievably self-sabotaging. And the only reason that you would deliberately engage in that act of self-sabotage is that there is a part of you that you sometimes confront at 2 a.m. that feels like you're a piece of shit and you deserve to be punished. Right. Because did your dad teach you? Who told you that? Who told you in your childhood, at times, whether directly, explicitly with words or through the way they treated you, that you were a piece of shit? Was that your dad? Was that your mother?
No, neither one of them.
Neither one of them treated you or spoke to you in terms that you're a piece of shit.
But they were both workaholics, so I could deduce that there was something lacking in me. When it came to, I was okay upstairs in the brain department, but I didn't have that work ethic they had.
And did your father ever point that out to you?
No.
He never pointed out to you. He never explicitly said that you're a lazy son of a bitch.
No, he would say different things. He'd say, "Son, pay attention," because we'd be underneath my car working on something that he didn't really want to fool with. He'd say, "Pay attention. There's only two ways to do this. You either watch me so you can do it yourself, or you can get rich and you can pay people to do it. There's no third way, son. There's just
What were the most
ways.
common things that your father said to you that might possibly have been critical? So I assume one of them was pay attention. And he had to keep telling you that because you didn't pay attention.
Probably.
What else did he tell you that had perhaps a critical component on an ongoing basis? What are some habitual things he said to you? My father would say to me, "You'll only learn through pain." Right? My father.
My dad was busy working. Hell, he was probably. I mean, if he was on the line with us, he would probably just say he felt bad that he wasn't around more often. You get what I'm saying?
That's the easy way out. When he keeps telling you pay attention, he's only saying that because he recognizes that you're not paying attention. So there was a part of you that recognized that you were not paying attention and that you were not listening.
Mm-hmm. But I definitely wasn't paying attention when I took those each one of those subcontractors at their word. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, you weren't paying attention.
They didn't all.
Did he beat you? Did your father physically beat you?
Hey, I grew up at a time where that was par for the course. I think all my friends got their beatings as well. Nobody got left out of that.
And how many times and how severely?
I remember one time when I was now this was like, I was probably 16, so I was probably too old to be getting smacked around, but he meant it when he said be home by 10 o'clock or whatever. And I think I wasn't home at 11 or 12, and he went out looking for me. And he came back, and my friend was sleeping in my bed, and I was sleeping down on the couch. And my friend said Dad had came into the bedroom and hit him about 3 times before he realized he wasn't even hitting his own son.
So once again, how severely would he beat you?
Oh, I mean, not fat lips or anything like that.
So
just
you weren't bruised? Did you ever need medical attention? Did you ever need medical attention?
No, nothing like that.
Do you have any permanent injuries, like a busted eardrum?
No. Sorry.
No, I don't care, but there is a piece of you that obviously feels like you're a piece of shit who does not need to take a normal amount of care with himself, and someone told you that. They either explicitly told you that, or they implicitly told you that. So did you take away the message from the way your father conducted himself compared to how you conducted yourself? Was there an implicit message there without anything ever being said that you're a piece of shit? Or was there a extended family member? Was there teachers who told you this? Who was giving you the message implicitly or explicitly that you're a piece of shit?
Oh, I did have one person that hated me. I had a step monster, so a stepmom.
Okay.
I don't know.
So
I don't know
she
if you
gave
had
you.
ever had one of
So what were the most succinct criticisms that she gave of you?
Oh, I remember about the day before she got sent to the middle hospital. She rang me by the scruff of my neck and said, "I hate you, I hate you, I hate you." And Dad slammed down the fork and said, "That's enough." And she went off to the psychiatric hospital for a couple of months. So I must have been
how old were you at that time?
Oh, I don't know, 12, 13.
And
but he assured me, that's a crazy woman talking. You ain't got nothing to worry about there, son.
And did you grow up to have an element of hatred of women that might be tied back to this?
No, I think I was more like you. Just
well, I've had a long
purpose for them. One purpose for them until I got to from like 18 to 23. There was only one purpose for a woman, and you know what that dirty act was all about.
But that was underlain by eroticized rage. So I'm gonna be willing to bet that eroticized rage played a significant role in your life.
That bitch is still alive, that step monster. Should I holler in the court or something?
No, I'm just wondering, do you have eroticized rage?
Oh, I don't think so. I think I'm, if that's a sexual thing, I think I'm the most meat and potatoes boring guy that there is when it comes to that. So anyway.
And
but, yeah,
how old were you when your stepmother came into your life?
Oh, let's see here. That would have probably been 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. She probably flipped out at about 11 or 12. I was probably 11 or 12 then.
So she's the most likely of everyone who was in your life when you were a child to give you the message that you're a piece of shit.
Yeah. I didn't fit in. You know, I had been living with my mom on the black side of town, and after like 7th grade, I was like, "Hey, Dad, this sucks." Rather than hanging out with you on the weekends and hanging out with Mom during the week, I think I want to flip the script and do it the opposite way. He said, "That's fine with me." Guess what? That wasn't fine with the step monster.
And
she
did
had
the
her a little
black kids beat the shit out of you?
Mm-mm. I fit in a little bit too well with them, Luke. Just a little bit too well.
So no one beat the shit out of you when you were a kid?
Mm-mm. No, my nickname there was D White Boy, and if I show up in certain parts of Chattanooga to this day, they go, D White Man, D White Man. So
and what did your mother let you know that you're a piece of shit?
No. The stepmom and my mom, they hated each other. In fact, things she did before wringing my neck at the breakfast table that almost got her sent to the psychiatric hospital was running out of the house in a robe and chasing my mom's car all the way out of the neighborhood. So that was kind of like the things she had done where the old man told her, "One more stupid move out of you and you're going to be off to the hospital."
So what's your explanation for why you're too lazy to look after yourself?
I don't know. I could tell you what the
Why would you not be interested in that? Why would you never investigate that?
I don't know. I just know that I probably haven't done 40 hours worth of work since I was in the Marines. You get what I'm saying? And if it was a 40-hour-a-week job, I would whittle it down to like 25 hours, trying to do it more efficiently.
What were you taught about what you should expect from your life? Did your parents have great hopes and dreams for you? What were you taught about what to expect from what you could accomplish in life?
Probably just like you. The world's gonna be your oyster, son. You know what I mean?
But specifically in terms of what? Entrepreneurial success?
I don't think they had. My mom had this bright idea that I was like real smart, like you're going to be like a college professor or one day or whatever. I was never interested in anything like that. And dads don't care like that, Luke. Dads just want you to like go out and swim on your own. You know what I mean? If you can swim on your own without needing little swimmies under your arm, that's great. they'll support they support that.
It's a shame that you weren't around when Socrates was alive, because you could have told him that the idea that the unexamined life is not worth living is just a load of bull.
That's my guy, Socrates. Man.
Well, you don't agree with him. I mean, you're only interested in examining those parts of your life that are comfortable to examine.
Yeah, the Socrates had a rough-looking woman by all accounts, Xanthopy. She was not the belle of the ball.
What do you think he meant when he said the unexamined life is not worth living?
Exactly what he meant, because it's not. I'm all about that. That's why I think you got that wrong. I can still be lazy and live in an examined life. I examine it all the time. I just don't like what I see because I'm still always lazy every time I examine it.
Well, your disregard for the value of your life is a mortal threat to your life, and it belies and renders a lie your claim that you're into examining the life. You're only interested in examining those small parts of your life that are comfortable to examine. But the stuff that could keep you alive, you're not touching.
Yeah, but I've told you since I became sort of a mystic, ascetic, monk type in 2007, there's a fearlessness that goes along with that where you just...
Yeah, you check out of reality.
Yeah. I'm done here.
It's like being on heroin.
Oh, I don't know if it's
for
that
you,
good.
The examined life is checking out of reality. You bliss out on mysticism, and it's like philosophical heroin.
We should have ended on the sovereign wealth fund thing. but you got your pound of flesh, you bastard.
I did. Thanks, bro.
Have a good Sunday, bro.
Take care, man. I really like Kef. I mean, I just like how I can just give it to him and like criticize him and challenge him, and he still comes back for more. And I'm glad that it doesn't knock him off course, and that he's able to, maintain a sense of self and not spiral after I challenge him. Okay, very shocking things happening with the Trump administration. Guys, we're living in a time of just unprecedented authoritarianism. According to Jeffrey Goldberg, Washington Week with The Atlantic, full episode, February 21.
This week, America switched sides. Ukraine is out, Russia is in. President Trump has blamed Ukraine for starting the war that was started by Russia, and America's traditional European...
So nothing he said here damages my welfare. Trump may say something inaccurate about who started the Russian-Ukraine war, but it has no effect on the welfare of Americans. It's very important to people like Jeffrey Goldberg. It has no effect on your regular American.
European allies are in a state of shock.
So if Trump pivots towards Putin, it has the only likely effects on me and people, your average American, are likely to be positive because Trump is reducing the incentives for Putin to damage the United States. So for your average American, Trump pivoting towards Putin either has no effect or most likely a positive effect because it reduces the incentives for Putin to do things to hurt Americans. So the thing that the elites are outraged about here is either neutral or positive for your average American.
Tonight, Trump's stunning pivot toward Putin and what it means for America's role in the world.
So Trump and what it means for America's role in the world, most likely it's either neutral or of benefit to your average American. But it is infuriating for our foreign policy elite.
Welcome to Washington Week. There was a time when America could be counted on to support the goals of the NATO alliance, and that time was...
So if Americans support the goals of the NATO alliance, that has not usually been a benefit for the welfare of the average American. Not the last 2.5 decades. And going forward, the United States right now would probably be far better off getting out of NATO.
technically at least, last week. This week, America's allies in Europe, partnerships that were formed in the aftermath of World War II, have been left wondering if they'll ever be able to count on America again. And they're not the only ones. From East Asia to the Middle East, from Panama to South Africa, leaders are scrambling to understand Trump's wishes and desires. I'll scramble tonight as well with my guests, Peter Baker, the chief White House correspondent.
So whether or not Europe can count on the United States, it either has no effect on your well-being as an American, or it has a positive effect because it incentivizes Europe to treat the United States with more deference.
Joining me, we have news just as we were coming on set. President Trump has fired the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General C.Q. Brown, Air Force.
So how does that hurt the average American? It doesn't, right? General C.Q. Brown, his agenda was to reduce the number of white people in the U.S. military, to reduce the number of white officers, to promote not on the basis of quality, but on the basis of an anti-white ideological agenda. How is that good for the military? How is that good for your average American? Right? Trump is removing someone who was demoralizing the U.S. military, diminishing its capabilities, someone who was pursuing an anti-white, essentially anti-American, anti-excellence agenda. To me, that's a fantastic thing. We should be celebrating this.
General, four-star general, second black chairman of the Joint.
Okay, there is no necessary correlation between excellence and the number of stars you have. Right? Rather, the number of stars that you have primarily indicates that you know how to play the political game. It does not connote excellence.
And Chiefs of Staff. Jonathan, surprising that he would fire him?
No, not at all, even though it's unconventional. Traditionally, these are roles the chairman...
Unconventional. Trump's predecessors were constantly firing generals, replacing generals, moving them around. Obama did this. Biden did this. George W. Bush did this. Clinton did this.
Stays through presidencies, but we heard from Pete Hegseth, the new defense secretary, some weeks ago.
Just because a move like this is unconventional, that says nothing about whether it's bad for your welfare. It says nothing about whether that's bad for America. That says nothing about whether it's bad for military effectiveness. That says nothing about whether it's bad for recruiting. Right? Whether something is conventional or not doesn't really matter that much here. Right? I would say removing an agenda who has removing a four-star general who has an anti-excellence, anti-white agenda is good for America and good for excellence.
Saying that he said General Brown should be fired. This is before Hegseth.
So Jonathan Lemire essentially served during the 2024 campaign as Kamala Harris's spokesman. Right? There's nobody who is allowed to publish in The Atlantic who is pro-Trump. I can't think of any pro-Trump op-ed writer for the New York Times, and certainly not at The Atlantic. There are one or two people in the Washington Post who are often pro-Trump.
That was confirmed in the Post because Brown was too focused on the woke policies of diversity, equity, inclusion, DEI, which we know President.
Either he was or he wasn't. He clearly was. He wanted to reduce the number of white officers, right? He had an anti-white agenda. Being woke, being pro-diversity means that you're anti-white. Just like if you're pro-Bible, pro a traditional understanding of the Bible, that means you're against men having sex with men, right? You can't be pro-Bible, pro-Judaism, pro-Christianity, and pro-male-on-male sodomy, right? The two are at odds. If you're pro-LGBTQ, if you're pro-celebrating gay pride, you're anti-Judaism, anti-Christianity, anti-Bible, anti-Torah, right? It's either one or the other. If you're pro-excellence, you're anti-affirmative action, right? If you are pro-diversity, you're automatically anti-white. Doesn't make you a bad person, but let's call a spade a spade.
President Trump, to this point, has really targeted across federal agencies, including at the Pentagon. So this was something that had...
I would guess that targeting those promoting DEI is a great way to get rid of waste, fraud, incompetence, and people with an anti-excellence agenda. Right? Look for the DEI. You'll find the nonsense and the fraud and the worst people. Right? The worst people promote DEI. So I think it's great if we reduce the power and influence of the worst people. To me, this is worthy of celebration.
Been widely expected would happen in the next couple of weeks. It happened moments ago.
All right, Peter, what does it mean for the military that they fired a general relatively quickly into his term?
Well, look, President Trump in his first term tried to...
So this is Peter Baker, and he writes for New York Times. This is Susan Glasser, his wife, writes for the New Yorker. They've written many books together. Many are excellent. They wrote a book about Donald Trump's last year in office in his first term, and it had a ratio of negative to positive about Trump, about 100 to 1. There may have been 2-3 sentiments in the entire book that could possibly be seen as pro-Trump. It was just overwhelmingly had the perspective that Trump is a terrible guy. And all these people here on Washington Week in Review, they all actively colluded to hide Joe Biden's obvious senility. Right? So the same press corps that colluded with the Biden White House to effectively lie about Joe Biden's obvious senility, they're the ones now passing judgment on Donald Trump.
Assert control over the military in a way that went beyond what the normal commander-in-chief does, not just as a defense for...
Oh, my God, that's so scary. So did Trump use the military on ordinary Americans? Did he unleash the military on ordinary Americans? But I would expect that most Americans are primarily interested in is safety and security and prosperity. And so if we have widespread riots like 2020, and we can use the National Guard, or we can use portions of the military to create a safer, more prosperous America, that safety is more important to me, right? I would rather reduce the deaths of innocent Americans than pretty much any other consideration.
For the country against external enemies, but as a tool potentially for internal use when he had domestic criticism. And that's where he got into a fight, as you've written.
So where has Trump used the military against domestic critics? I'm not aware of that happening. I'm not really afraid of that. What I'm afraid of is out-of-control crime. I'm afraid of Black Lives Matter terrorism. I'm afraid of Antifa terrorism. I'm afraid of dropping levels of social cohesion and social trust. And I am all for law and order and building up social cohesion and social trust, which naturally occurs when we reduce crime rates, particularly violent crime rates.
And we've written, and you've written, and we've all written, with Mark Milley, the previous chairman of the Joint Chiefs, who resisted what he thought were at times certainly unwise, maybe illegal.
So Mark Milley was down with DEI. Right? He was down with an anti-Trump agenda.
And unconstitutional desires by the president to put troops in the streets. So clearly there's a decision.
So if Trump had put troops in the streets, right, how many Americans would still be alive who ended up dead as a result of Black Lives Matter terrorism and the incentives created by BLM and its elite supporters for police not to do their jobs?
Decision that CQ Brown is not somebody that he can trust to carry out his bidding, and we don't know what that bidding will be.
And you think that it's the acid test for Trump is willingness to put troops in the streets against American citizens?
It would be.
So I would suspect that the acid test for Donald Trump is to try to keep Americans safe.
Striking to know if he had not made a conversation about the Insurrection Act a part of any interview for who was going to take his place.
Right, and Susan.
Right, if we have internal enemies who are trying to slaughter Americans, such as Black Lives Matter terrorists, I'm not terribly upset at the prospect of using the U.S. military to get a handle on them.
In these pan-Western culture wars. Hey everybody, Eric here with a word from our sponsors. What does the future hold?
Stop! I'm trying to produce a high-quality show here, guys. Please.
And how influential do you think Elon and sort of the broader, surging sort of right-wing sort of vibe shift will carry over to Europe? How big of an audience is there for it? I mean, do you think AfD or parties like it will win, or what do you think might be the impact here?
I think the impact will be significant if X.com becomes much more popular among normal, everyday Europeans. I think the majority of people are not yet using X for their news because at first it's sort of indignancy. Well, who are these foreigners to tell us how we should do things? I mean, it's the same for Americans, right? If Europeans critique you, the knee-jerk response is to immediately be anti-European. The Europeans' first knee-jerk response will be anti-American. But in this sense, things like J.D. Vance's Munich speech, where J.D. Vance points out something that Europe used to speak about plainly. He points out that actually Europe doesn't seem to be run as a democracy very much. It seems to be bureaucratically dominated. Europe used to talk about this 10 or 20 years ago. There was this term in use called a democratic deficit, where it was believed that the European Union needed to have democratic legitimacy and more democratic processes to be politically sustainable. They quietly stopped talking about it after the European constitutional key referendums. And at that point, I think they started quietly changing practical definition of democracy to be something rather different. And, you know, in the speech, J.D. Vance pointed out that it's very hard to talk about common values if the Romanian election can just be canceled because they didn't like the result. And this isn't an EU election or an EU referendum. This is just the national election, was just invalidated by a court for some amount of Russian meddling in it. But you know what? If 100,000 euros of Russian propaganda can invalidate your election, maybe your democracy is like not that strong anyway. Maybe actually the speech space is extremely limited. And maybe the only reason the Russian propaganda is high impact is because it occasionally highlights things that the Romanian media or Western media chooses to ignore. The best way to defeat it would be to not ignore it, right? Don't leave weaknesses for foreign adversaries to point out, because the most devastating thing in the world is true propaganda. True propaganda is very effective because it's true. And even if it's selective truth, that still doesn't.
So we need to think more about constitutional dictatorship, its dangers and its design. Right. Constitutional dictatorship is built into the American political system. Right. Ben Bernanke, when he was responding to the 2008 global financial crash, he had virtually unlimited powers, and he was the one who drove America's response. It wasn't the president. And Ben Bernanke was not elected. When a policeman arrests you, he has the equivalent of dictatorial powers, usually. So we have constitutional dictatorship built into our system. So think about the Cuban Missile Crisis. Right. We came very close to getting into a nuclear war with the Soviet Union, and there really wasn't anything about Cuba hosting Soviet missiles that added danger to the United States, because we just had so many more nuclear missiles than the Soviet Union. Right? John F. Kennedy played a huge role in creating a nuclear crisis out of the Cuban Missile situation. Right? He could have handled it differently, but he had political incentives to create a Cuban Missile Crisis. Right? He had the ability to order an attack on Cuba that would have triggered a Soviet move on Berlin and a nuclear exchange. And Kennedy stopped short of nuclear war, not because the Constitution forbade it, but due to his own judgments. So Kennedy was in effect a prudent dictator. But a prudent dictator is still a dictator. I'm reading from Minnesota Law Review, an essay on constitutional dictatorship by two Yale law professors. Right. Kennedy, right, the president of a constitutional democracy, he had as much discretion as his dictatorial counterpart in the Kremlin. Right. Nikita Khrushchev paid for his commendable caution with his job. Right. In all sorts of dictatorships, there is usually a degree of accountability that is not much different than Western politicians. Right? Nikita Khrushchev was out of a job as the Soviet Union dictator as a result of his commendable caution in handling the Cuban Missile Crisis, created in large part by John F. Kennedy paying attention to domestic political considerations. Right? President Kennedy was surrounded by advisors and lawyers and people encouraging him to launch a nuclear strike at Cuba. Right? The President of the United States enjoys the powers possessed by the English monarch, King George III, at the time of the American Revolution. Right? Parliament, back then, retained the power of the purse, but the king had unbounded discretion over the use of military force. So when the president acts according to his powers as commander-in-chief, he is, for all intents and purposes, a dictator, a constitutional monarch. Neither the Congress nor the courts can effectively interfere with his decisions. At most, Congress can refuse to appropriate new money for his adventures. And when we had the end of the Bush presidency, that didn't mean the end of legal arguments for increased presidential discretion and power. Right? Barack Obama, Donald Trump, Joe Biden, none of them have sought to reduce the power of the constitutional dictator, aka the President of the United States. Right? In a constitutional dictatorship, which is what we have in America, even with our democratic way of life, which is the gayest, most fraudulent phrase, right? How exactly do we have a democratic way of life? Virtually none of life, as I see it, is democratic. The closest that we get to a democratic way of life, in my experience, is when I go to 12-step meetings. So in our constitutional dictatorship, the president does not seize power. His power is given to him, either by the Constitution directly, or more likely by statutes and authorizations passed by the Congress. And presidents will read these statutes and read these authorizations as broadly as possible so that the president can have as free a hand as possible to save the nation. And in the process, the president always creates new institutions, new mechanisms that bestow new authority and new power. The great mistake of the Bush administration was to claim power unilaterally. It's far more effective to ask Congress for power. Congress will always give it to you if there's an emergency. So presidents consistently build up the powers of the office of the presidency. And this expansion of presidential power knows no political party. Right? President Clinton did it. Democratic presidents do it. Republican presidents do it. Now, this presidential dictatorship tends to be concentrated in foreign policy, intelligence gathering, covert operations, and war. Presidents have far less unilateral control in domestic politics. So you may think, oh, the president, he only has the power to persuade. And there's some truth with that in domestic policy. But through unilateral actions, presidents can do many things. They can successfully veto legislation backed by healthy majorities in both houses of Congress if it's less than 2/3. The president can act unilaterally and virtually without limits in his use of pardon power. Now, presidents don't have a lot of unilateral power with domestic issues, but they do with national security, and the line between national security and domestic affairs is often difficult to draw, increasingly slow so in a globalized environment. Right, foreign intelligence can take place anywhere, including within the United States. Biological and environmental and influenza threats do not respect national borders, nor do cyber attacks. Many emergencies are domestic. You can have natural disasters, diseases, threats to the national power grid, cyber attacks on defense installations or financial institutions. You can have economic crises, and the American people will look to the president to deal with these crises, and the president has huge power to do so. Right? Presidents are expected to quickly identify and meet these threats and head them off before they occur. President George W. Bush began to lose political momentum precisely because he failed to act swiftly and decisively in the face of a domestic disaster, Hurricane Katrina. And then the Surgeon General of the United States, he can create and enforce regulations that are necessary to prevent the introduction, transmission, or spread of communicable diseases from foreign countries into the United States. He can order inspections, fumigations, disinfections, sanitation, pest extermination, destruction of animals or goods found to be infected or contaminated and to be dangerous to human beings. Right? He has virtually unlimited power to respond to these health emergencies, real or imagined. He can apprehend, detain individuals if necessary to prevent the introduction, transmission, and spread of communicable diseases. Think about what if we have an imminent economic collapse, right? People will look to the president, first of all, to deal with it. Right? People see giving the president necessary and proper, even if it leaves traditional notions of the rule of law in its wake.
Eliminate its impact. So anyway, the speech was notable because I don't think we've ever had a U.S. president comment as directly into European politics. And I think in an almost, if we step back and look at this bigger political picture, what we're seeing is a push for social media growth, the growth of engagement and the growth of user time in Europe, centered on the US, the elimination of what was de facto almost like a great digital firewall of Europe, which allowed European governments to exert control over which stories were prioritized in European countries. In a way, it was inevitable they would be defeated unless they were European social media giants. They didn't go all the way into a digital Cold War. Now, it's possible that Europe will escalate this and that there will be a European great firewall, right, comparable to the firewall of China, and that they will create their own versions of social media companies centered in Europe.
Look, I'm a strong man. I have largely transcended earthly sinful temptations. I've largely transcended my body to live on the spiritual plane. But there is one ego who just drives me crazy. I just got a vulnerability. I don't usually like to think of myself as flesh and blood, but who's this lovely, lovely young lass? I would just love to court her if she was open to converting to Orthodox Judaism. Brittany someone just drives me wild, and I don't know why. And I find that both exciting and bewildering and confusing. But enough about me. I don't like to talk about myself.
And I think while the Eurocrats would like this, it is going to be very difficult for them to change course towards allowing the creation of such powerful companies. Because think about it, even if you push out X and YouTube and all these American media now with their newly found free speech tendencies, right? Where free speech is good for engagement, it's good for user retention, all these like totally profit-seeking reasons. Why? Let's put it this way.
Brittany Venti. I don't know what it is about Brittany Venti. I'm not exactly sure like which of her qualities just commands my attention. It might be her wit, might be her wisdom. It must be something about her keen intellect, her fine moral character, her lively and humorous personality. I just... I must be strong. I must be strong.
Free speech is good for business for X.com, assuming you can't get banned. And then why can a European government ban you if the U.S. takes it very seriously and the U.S. says we're going to tariff you 20% if you ban X.com? I'm not sure European governments have enough economic autonomy to do that anymore. I think you become too economically intertwined with the U.S., right? So we'll see a set of very exciting political revolutions in Europe if free speech comes to Europe for the first time ever. I think you will have a massive change in voter behavior. This is when I talk to my American friends.
Look, I'm not proud of this, and I don't think most people realize this, but to avoid my persistent gestures of courtship, Brittany Venti completely went offline. And I feel bad because she was contributing so much to our common humanity, to the exploration of the most pressing moral, political, and cultural issues of our time. But my advances were too strong, too persistent, too often, and too much. And to escape my love, oh, how I feel ashamed to admit this, this dashing, darling young woman had to completely leave the internet. That's on me. That's on me. I displayed a lack of consideration for herself and for myself due to the intensity, red-hot nature of my love.
You know, and I don't endorse the annexation of Canada, but I think if you annex Canada, within 10 or 20 years, Canadian voters would behave like American voters. They wouldn't just all become blue state. Some of them would become blue state voters, and some of them would become red state voters. I think Alberta would very quickly develop a Texas-like culture, right? And Ontario would very quickly develop something like a less functional New England culture, right? And all of the talented Canadians would leave provincial and state politics to go into national U.S. politics. And they would migrate to places like California and New York. And, you know, Canadians, you can't tell a Canadian from an American unless they tell you. Like, you can't. It's the most pre-assimilated nationality that exists in the world. Australians are much easier to spot. British people are easy to spot. Canadians, though, unless they tell you, you're not going to know they're Canadian. So
I'm working on a book. It's called Australian Converts to Orthodox Judaism Who Love Too Much, and the black men who have most influenced them and touched their lives. It's a lengthy title, but I think it gets to the essence of what I'm all about. All right, saying 40, stop the nonsense. Tell me more about the characteristic pattern of American constitutional dictatorship as it is explicated in the Minnesota Law Review in an essay by 2 Yale professors. So presidents don't seize power through some direct assertion of unilateral power. Usually they request Congress for authorization, then they preserve those powers, and they expand their powers through broadly interpreting that congressional legislation. So American presidents usually do not seize dictatorial powers, and I think even Brittany Venti will admit that I have not unilaterally seized dictatorial powers. Right? I respect her too much, and I'm embarrassed that she had to flee the internet. So American presidents ask for them, just as I admit I asked Brittany Venti for a hand in marriage. I was just out of my mind with love. But they ask for them in the midst of an emergency, whether that emergency is genuine or purported, and Congress usually will comply. Presidents then bank these powers away, they build on them, they employ lawyers to elaborate on them, and then they wield them as they think necessary when future crises occur. So George W. Bush's 2 terms in office were far less unusual than his critics suppose. So following the 9/11 terror attack, George W. Bush played according to the standard script. He announced the existence of an emergency. He told us that it threatened our survival. He asked Congress for new powers to deal with it. Congress replied eagerly with the U.S. Patriot Act, among other things. Congress reorganized government agencies, consolidated intelligence services, created a new Department of Homeland Security. So he declared a crisis, asked for new powers, Congress granted the powers. Then Bush made a mistake. He sought to obtain additional emergency powers without asking for congressional approval in 3 areas: his policy on detentions and interrogation practices, his creation of military commissions, and his secret domestic surveillance programs. And I'll be honest, I made those same mistakes with Brittany Venti. I should not have unilaterally acted that way without getting approval. This was my greatest mistake. This was George Bush's great mistake. This is the source of some of the most ardent and well-deserved criticism that he received and that I received. Right? Bush got criticized because he deviated from the traditional script. Right? I didn't follow the traditional courtship script with Brittany Venti, and I'm still paying for it. Right? I should have asked for emergency authority. I simply asserted them. I simply claimed that I already had the power. Harry Truman invaded Korea, right? Went to war in Korea without a declaration of war or congressional authorization. He tried to nationalize steel mills. That was bad. I tried to nationalize Brittany Venti's live streams. That was wrong of me. Then we got Ben Bernanke. He was the man responding to the 2008 global financial crash. So one of the president's greatest powers is to create reality, right? To take advantage of their ability to define situations, to claim them as emergencies, and then to assert that bold, decisive action is necessary to avert this particular emergency that faces the nation. So there is a pattern, and you never let a serious crisis go to waste. Right? It's an opportunity to do things that you could not do before. So the 9/11 attacks allowed George W. Bush to define the situation before the nation in existential terms. We are now in a war for national survival, rather than we have a violence, organized crime, we have a domestic violence problem, right? We have a continuing problem of terror attacks. George W. Bush chose to define himself as a war president, which was all very exciting. He then activated all of the powers that a president enjoys in a time of war, even though it wasn't a time of war. He convinced Americans to believe in the existence of a war on terror, a war with no defined battlefield and no defined enemy. So both of these elements were lacking, so the president defined war as taking place everywhere, including within the United States. The enemy was a shadowy network of loosely connected terror organizations, so the president could assert that any country and any foreign organization was connected to Al-Qaeda or contained Al-Qaeda operatives. So the president framed the situation as an existential crisis and then insisted he needed vast powers to detain, interrogate, and to make war. Pointed to Iraq. Said, this is a continuation of the war on terror. It's a continuation of our war against Al-Qaeda. We need to invade Iraq to keep our country safe from nuclear weapons. The president then used a variety of tactics: secret domestic surveillance, detention without trial, torture, and he restructured the situation. And the president took this story, this narrative, this situation to the country, saying, hey, we've got an all-out terror war against the United States. We must respond to this existential threat with courage and with determination. President Obama portrayed the economic meltdown of the fall of 2008 as the greatest economic crisis since the Great Depression. So the more severe the crisis, the greater the need for bold, decisive action by our president, the greater the need for our country to rally around our president, because the president becomes the one that the public looks to resolve the crisis. So what was unusual about Obama is how little legislation he was able to pass once he invoked this grave crisis, and how little he used the rhetoric of crisis and emergency. So because he was unable to portray healthcare as a national emergency, he wasn't able to invoke the same sense of existential urgency as George W. Bush did. And so Obama's opponents were strategically better placed to delay and hinder his domestic agenda. But Obama had basically a free hand in foreign relations. So he decided to escalate America's commitment in Afghanistan. Took ownership of the war. And he hoped to seize control of the public's imagination and make it harder for those who see the war as a dangerous gamble to mount an effective political opposition.
Why am I talking about this? I think we might see something very surprising where Europe might suddenly shift in a very libertarian direction, which will surprise everyone. And I think the reason is implicitly we assume that voter behavior regulates sort of state politics and policies. But I suspect the European voter is created by Europe, by European governments. The voter is created by government policy. So change the government policy, change the voters' preferences. And this is very, very strong. And this is secretly the reason why assimilation works. Because you take a voter from a place like Germany or from a place like Canada and you move them to the US. You know what? They stop voting for social democracy. Like not immediately, but over a 10-year period. The data is very strong on this. Actually, if you imported 50 or 60 million voters from Europe, they would actually very quickly assimilate to US norms. But the same also goes the other way. If you say abolish progressive taxation in Eastern European countries, if you make a middle-class society, if you allow gun rights, suddenly the people, when they talk about politics.
So how effective are presidents when they invoke these emergency powers? Well, it all depends upon your belief about the true nature of the emergency. Did the president accurately describe the nature and the scope of this emergency? If the president has described the situation accurately, all right, you believe them, then what they do in response will likely make sense to you. Now, if there's no emergency, if the president is overstating the problem and his solutions are the wrong solutions and he's leading the country in the wrong direction, you'll have increasing opposition. So the Bush and the Obama presidencies offer examples of governing through emergency. Right? Presidents seek to gain popular support for their political program by describing reality as an emergency and then giving their program of the effective way to deal with the emergency. Right? There's an emergency. It's an existential crisis. Now, governing through emergency is not the same as constitutional dictatorship. So governing through emergency is a political strategy. You characterize a situation to gain political support and to accomplish things that you could not accomplish without invoking an emergency. Constitutional dictatorship is a set of powers enjoyed by particular persons in the government. So you can govern through emergency without enjoying the powers of a constitutional dictator, and you can enjoy the powers of a constitutional dictator without governing through emergency. So when the president calls on the country to meet an emergency, he may not seek programs that give him greater unreviewable discretion. So the politics of emergency is a time-tested way for presidents to request and to obtain the powers of constitutional dictatorship. Now, there is a danger to presidential government by emergency. Right? The president needs to convert this sense of crisis into a durable advantage. And this may not be possible if the public doesn't believe him, if the public tires of the crisis, if its attention wanders, or life seems to have returned to normal. So when the sense of crisis reduces, right, so too the president's power of initiative and his ability to govern and control the political agenda and to define reality. Those things all reduce. So leaders who govern by emergency have to keep finding new ways of stoking the public sense of emergency to maintain their mandate for change. So they must find new aspects of the current emergency to focus the public's attention, or they must find new emergencies and new crises to replace the old ones. So they operate with the political equivalent of a Ponzi scheme, where the president is substituting one crisis for another to maintain a grip on the public's attention and support. And organizing your leadership this way tends to descend into fear-mongering and demagoguery, and it's an exceedingly dangerous game to play, because if the president cannot maintain the politics of emergency, he will lose support when the public's attention wanders, and the public will turn on him. If the president's opponents point to other emergencies that the president has not addressed, right, that will make him appear incompetent and out of touch if the public believes them. So the Bush administration, George W. Bush, failed to build a new long-term Republican majority because it lost the ability to maintain the public's focus on the threats that it claimed faced the nation. So what will determine whether the Donald J. Trump administration is able to build a new long-term Republican majority? Right? It will depend on Trump's ability to maintain the public's focus on the threats that he claims face the nation: illegal immigration, crime, bad trade policies, DEI, woke culture. So George W. Bush lost the public's attention because, in part, he was able to prevent subsequent terror attacks, and because he seemed incompetent in dealing with Iraq, Afghanistan, and domestic problems such as Hurricane Katrina, and because other issues such as the economy came to rival the war on terror as the focus of the public's concern. So right now, it appears that Donald Trump is dominating the attention game. When he starts to be seen as irrelevant, then he will have considerably reduced power. So I'm reading from the choice sexy bits of the Minnesota Law Review, an essay from 2010 on constitutional dictatorship, its strengths and weaknesses. Now, the president will usually have a first mover advantage. Donald Trump, in particular, often has a first mover advantage because he is willing to weigh in on all sorts of topics without knowing very much. Right? He will say things and confront crises before anyone else has thought about them very deeply. So the president often has this first mover advantage to redefine situations to his own advantage, but a president cannot do this indefinitely. Reality, political opposition will continually intrude on the president's plans. Political opponents will deny the president's claims about reality. They will assert that they better understand the real emergencies that the nation faces. So then presidents must adjust to the responses to their actions and to realities that they have not anticipated. Right? George W. Bush and his advisors did not do this successfully. We'll see if Donald Trump does. So George W. Bush waited until after the disastrous election of 2006 to fire Donald Rumsfeld as Secretary of Defense and to begin the counterinsurgency strategy known as the Surge. So if the Bush administration had been more flexible and less ideological, they may well have achieved a new political majority that could last for decades. Because they did not, they created an opportunity for Barack Obama to build such a majority. So there are three main dangers to the politics of emergency. It leads presidents to misdescribe reality, such as Bush's announcement of a global war on terror, his stoking of fears of weapons of mass destruction in Iraq to justify an invasion. Right, that was a giant waste of blood and treasure, and it diverted attention and resources from what would have been more effective counterterrorism policies. Second danger is that the politics of emergency works because it's both seductive and addictive. And if the president's politics fail, he'll be tempted to find yet another emergency or crisis to give himself momentum. So this creates a presidential Ponzi scheme. So the president and his supporters will repeatedly use emergency rhetoric to shore up public support or to distract attention from failed policies. But repeated failures will create growing problems. And the third danger is the politics of emergency has historically been the best way for presidents to obtain new powers from Congress, pocket them for future use, thus accelerating the forms and the practices of presidential dictatorship. So what will determine the success of the Donald J. Trump administration second time round? Events, my dear boy, events. If the president accurately describes reality and says these are the crises the country must overcome, then he will likely have a successful administration. So when things aren't going well, presidents are very drawn to the invocation of emergencies. And they will be tempted to define situations as a crisis and try to make dissent from their perspective to be feckless, selfish, out of touch with reality, irrelevant. Right? You exaggerate the scope of the crisis, or you just replace one crisis with another, but you cannot do this indefinitely. Right? You cannot continually raise the stakes of politics. Right? Once a president invokes the politics of emergency, he must solve the problem he poses in a way that makes the nation grateful to him. It's what Lincoln and Roosevelt did, and to an extent Reagan did. It's what George W. Bush tried and failed. It's what Obama tried and failed to do. So we should be concerned about the normalization of the politics of emergency.
Politics sound more like U.S. Republicans than traditional hyper-Catholic social democrats, right? Christian democracy was the old European political formula. If the free speech dominoes start tipping over and free speech comes to Europe, I think European and American politics would be even more synchronized. And here's an argument for why this is good for U.S. national security interest. I think synchronizing places like Canada, Australia to the United States in terms of attention and ideology, be it through, universal, progressive, gay, black, trans rights for everyone, right? That's the democratic, universal American empire. And then let's say there's the based MAGA, make Europe great again, free speech, European revival option. Either one of these options successfully achieves the geopolitical goal of synchronizing Europeans with Americans and making, say, American interest in Ukraine hard to disentangle from European interest in Ukraine. But more importantly, whatever America does with China, it makes that compelling to Europeans. And I think it's become sort of apparent that the magnitude of the scale, the sheer scale of the challenge of China means the United States will need some form of an international alliance. And
so the United States has a much easier time finding allies and building alliances than does China, right? Not many nations want to be allied with China. So you've probably heard of the sociologist Max Weber from Germany. And 100 years ago, he painted a dark portrait of the likely evolution of parliamentary democracies. So he saw an inevitable slide towards Caesarism, right? A plebiscitarian dictatorship. So plebiscite is a referendum in which rulers claim authority through the acclamation of the people, and they then proceed to rule with little oversight from the democratic process. As the legislature becomes increasingly impotent, irrelevant, and more government functions are concentrated in the executive, and the executive gains authority from charismatic appeals to the people for the right to rule. We're seeing this with the current Trump administration. So Carl Schmitt supported Hitler's rise to power in 1933 because he was skeptical of parliamentary democracy, and he believed that Germany needed a strong and charismatic authority figure to break through the political paralysis generated by the Weimar Constitution. And the 2008 presidential election fit this plebiscitary pattern. You had opposing candidates offering highly personal and charismatic appeals to the electorate for the right to rule. The Obama campaign strongly centered on the person and image of Barack Obama as a symbol of Americans' hope for change, even if the precise contours of that change are only vaguely defined. Sarah Palin's meteoric rise was based on her ability to get large numbers of people to identify with her personally, as well as her formidable skills as a charismatic populist who claimed to stand up for ordinary Americans against the sneers and disrespect of the elite. And Donald Trump has been an extension of Sarah Palin's appeal, right? Washington's broken, only I can fix it. That's one part of Donald Trump's appeal. My God. It seems like only 40 minutes ago that I had 25 live viewers on YouTube, and now I am down to 16. But I must be strong. So you'll see in American presidential campaigns a need for an inspiring figure, someone who's freed from the old politics, who's going to transform the country. So when we have this kind of plebiscitarian democracy, the powerful executive and a weakened legislature, right, a lot of dangers in that. So right now, Congress's major functions are to hold up significant domestic reforms. The American political system makes it difficult to pass legislation, and to give presidents new emergency powers to meet new threats to national security and health. So the legislature is consistently, according to public polls, the least respected branch of the federal government. And this asymmetry between the legislature and the executive becomes even more pronounced in the age of mass media and the internet. So the president will be aided by every possible technological innovation to appeal directly to the public. Right, the president can now take his case to Truth Social or to YouTube or to X. The modern presidency is inevitably a cult of personality, and the party in power will work hard to create this cult. Right? Think about, this is hilarious, think about the steady stream of toadying books and articles written about President George W. Bush's genius, moral clarity, and his connection with ordinary Americans. I mean, what mass delusion. Who among us can forget such powerful books as A Man of Faith, The Spiritual Journey of George W. Bush by David Aikman, or David Froome's monumental work, The Right Man, The Surprising Presidency of George W. Bush, 2003. Or what about Ronald Kessler's book, A Matter of Character, Inside the White House of George W. Bush? Or Stephen Manfield's 2003 book, The Faith of George W. Bush? What about Richard Miniter's book, Shadow War, The Untold Story of How Bush is Winning the War on Terror, 2004? Or that great book by John Podhoretz. I heard John speak in person on this in L.A. Bush Country, How W became a great president while driving liberals insane. Who among us can forget Bill Simmons' 2004 book, Misunderestimated, The President Battles Terrorism, John Kerry and the Bush Haters? Or the National Review editorial, We Will Prevail, President George W. Bush on war, terrorism, and freedom. Right? Now it looks like a mass delusion, but it worked for about 5 years. It helped George W. Bush gain a second term in 2004. So presidents usually set legislative agendas, and they're usually the chief spokesman for the meaning of America, its values, its hopes, its dreams, its aspirations, its desire to release its first rap album. They are not only our commander-in-chief, they are also our comforter-in-chief. They feel our pain. They are our preacher-in-chief, our educator-in-chief. They are our role model-in-chief. They have this larger-than-life persona. The American president, unlike parliamentary leaders, has always been both head of government and head of state. He embodies the virtues of the country, becomes a vessel into which are projected the hopes and dreams of the nation and the virtues of the country. And they have emergency power, they have the ability to act decisively in a crisis. It's not always concentrated just in the person of the president, right? It's distributed among different executive and national security agencies. Much of what the government does in an emergency is done in secret. So there is a long-term trend of disconnection between the plebiscitarian presidency with its cult of personality and the identification of value and action with a single individual, and the actual practices of constitutional dictatorship, which distribute decision-making among many comparatively faceless and anonymous institutions and individuals. So we thus get the schizophrenic nature of American constitutional dictatorship. We have distributed expertise and secrecy on the inside, combining with a plebiscitarian cult of personality on the outside. So the outward manifestations of American power increasingly have little to do with the actual processes of government. You may well have asked during the Joe Biden presidency, this guy, he's infirm, he's cognitively impaired, he's senile, who's actually running the country? But this is a worthy question to ask during any American presidency. What you see is frequently not what's really going on. That which is performed outwardly and publicly increasingly has little to do with the actual process of government.
That's why, that means that while the second Trump administration is nationalist, they sort of care. They sort of favor, say, a Meloni government in Italy, right? Or an Orban government in Hungary, because these governments are objectively likelier to go with the US on any sort of trade war policy with China, let alone any sort of military backing up of the US and East Asia.
So what I'm gathering from you is basically you think that there's this latent demand for free speech within Europe that is going to be unleashed at some point because
Well, it'll be created.
It'll be created.
Imagine that we have a conversation here and there's a room and there are 5 Europeans and 5 Americans. And the Europeans and Americans disagree. And a European says something. And then both the Americans and the Europeans see a policeman walk in, arrest the European, and take them out of the room. No matter what the remaining 4 Europeans think, it is obvious on a monkey level that the Europeans are lower status. Digitally, this has been happening for 20 years. British people are confused by the fact that they don't have freedom of speech. They're confused that they don't have the First Amendment. They reference the First Amendment. Why? Because they feel like peers to Americans. So the assumption is, why shouldn't I have the same rights? So in a way, this assumption of free speech didn't exist before the internet, but I think the internet naturally favors a kind of free speech, while paradoxically, it makes it easier to police speech at scale. So the internet can't remain half free and half government policed. Socially, this doesn't work. So either free speech will be eliminated in America, or free speech will come to Europe, or the European and American internets will be legally separated and the website speech will be blocked. If that happens, that is a geopolitical disaster for the United States, because then there will be a resentful Latin America-like, kind of impoverished, kind of too powerful to ignore continent that could potentially make deals with China, right? Like that's a not favorable situation. So the US has the black trans rights for everyone, universal revolution, overturning Western civilization, whatever. And then the sort of like weird MAGA reactionary, make all countries great again platform. And they're both consistent. One of them is hate speech should be illegal in the United States. The other one is for Europe to be considered a democratic place with common values, it must have free speech. And, let's remember the First Amendment stuff was actually a little bit on the way out during the Biden years and even the Obama years. People were floating various legal theories for why the free speech stuff doesn't cover online speech, et cetera, right? That was being done.
So there's a common sentiment among National Review conservatives that, oh, if only we had Mitch Daniels operating Doge instead of this Elon Musk fella. And a good response on X. I like Mitch Daniels, but his demonstrated desire to avoid pressure, to leave politics, to avoid attacks on his wife. So he and his wife split up. She went off with another man. Then she came back to him. Right? Would make Mitch 100% the wrong man for Doge. He'd fold like Superman on Laundry Day. President Trump has congratulated the Conservative Party in Germany, hoping for common ground. Great day for Germany and for the U.S. Right, back to the wit and wisdom of Minnesota Law Review, an essay here on constitutional dictatorship by 2 Yale law professors. And let me just skip to the sexy bits.
And we should memory hold that. And I think this is the evidence here is very strong that political change in the United States is at this point inextricably linked from political change in Europe. And I think because of that, I think we should stop pretending that European countries are sovereign, because they're not. Like, they don't have the ideological or intellectual preconditions for sovereignty. And this doesn't even necessarily mean that they are exploited or oppressed by the United States, because they have influence over U.S. politics right back. You know, labor politicians being flown into the United States to work on Democratic Party campaigns. I don't know about you, but that sounds way more involved than 100,000 euros of media spend of Russia in Romania.
Okay, I've got an insight coming up that is sure to change your life. All right, laws are the enemy of discretion. All right, the more laws, the less discretion. So more laws means more bureaucracy. More laws, more bureaucracy, the less discretion the president has to take effective action. More laws does not necessarily impede bad judgment. It just gives incentives for strained and disingenuous legal arguments. The president will give determined lawyers, right, the task of finding ways around laws. And then more laws, they're not just the enemy of discretion, they are discretion's enabler. So when Congress passes new emergency powers to the president, it does so through passing new laws. When the president wants to build out his institutional capacities for meeting emergencies, he usually does so through issuing new laws, new regulations, and issuing new executive orders. So it's not the evasion of law that is the great danger in constitutional dictatorship. It is the opposite. It's the proliferation of laws, creating a proliferation of legal avenues for the president to act. And they can then defend their actions through pointing to various laws, regulations, and executive orders that authorize the discretionary action. Now, the parliamentary system has some modest advantages over presidential systems in heading off the dangers of constitutional dictatorship.
It feels to me that the vassal states, the client states of the United States, be they places like Canada, like Europe, like Saudi Arabia, like Israel, like Australia, have a surprising amount of influence on American politics. They have a voice. It's just the voice is not coming directly from the citizens. It's coming from the elite classes of these countries.
Yeah, fascinating.
Yeah, the influence on domestic politics is important.
What's interesting, because when we learned in the U.S. is that a heavy censorship regime was covering up this sort of big pushback to a lot of wokeness or overly progressive ideas and policies. Basically, there's a question of if and when there is just much more free speech in Europe, are we basically going to find out that there's been this groundswell of, or is there like much more left-wing populism than we thought?
So when there's an emergency, the American people usually look primarily to the president to deal with the emergency. And we have a constitution and legal system that allows the president to declare a state of emergency and to engage in unreviewable action. So we are operating in a very Carl Schmittian conception of the sovereign dictatorship, sovereign who decides whether or not we're in a state of emergency. All right, the president decides when we're in an emergency and when you can take away rights and drop the rules. So we have in our system an exception to the normal legal order. Right? That is a part of our normal legal order that we at times may operate with much of the legal order suspended, such as when Abraham Lincoln suspended habeas corpus, because we've got an emergency, we have to deal with that. So Clinton Rossiter is the leading American scholar on constitutional dictatorship. He published a book by that title in 1948, and he points out that the president wears many hats. One is party leader. But that's just one of 6 roles for the president.
Like, what are we going to find out when we can find out what everyone thinks, basically?
I think in Europe, almost all of the key political authorities have been trying to tamper down on basically right-wing populism. So if you introduce free speech to Europe, Europe automatically goes more right-wing. Depending on the country, it might go economically right-wing or it might not. The key problem with Europe is the same problem Japan has, which is gray democracy. It'll be relatively easy to win votes. What do I mean by gray democracy? We could call it silver democracy. The median voter is very old. Old people will not vote to defund the welfare state because old people are beneficiaries of the European welfare state. And, you know, this hits these older problems where I think some amount of deregulation could happen, some amount of economic growth, some amount of a nuclear buildup, some amount of rearmament. But fundamentally, I think Europe will continue, just because of the older voters, to have a very welfarist model. However, cultural shift rightward is almost certain, because there have been massive cover-ups, right? Stuff like the Rotherham scandals in Britain, things like various shady aspects of the meddling of the German intelligence agencies into German electoral politics, and in fact, electoral politics in multiple European countries, and so on. This is stuff that Europeans did not know about. And let's be real, it's stuff that Americans didn't know about 5 minutes ago until it was brought into attention by Elon and the algorithms of X.com. I think there's this really interesting political experiment here where I think we might see a very rapid change in priorities in Europe. Political identities are so fluid as well. Very few people have consistent memories about.
We've got an update. This is my update music. Be aware, something earth-shattering is happening in the world around you that you need to become aware of. Okay, state of emergency, guys. State of emergency. Alert, alert, alert. Right, much of the black middle class was built by federal jobs. That may change. For the last several decades, federal jobs helped black workers find stable work with guardrails to prevent bias, but mass cuts are threatening decades of upward mobility. Guys, the black middle class was built by federal jobs, and now that may change. I'm not kidding. We're in a state of emergency. Okay, still in a state of emergency.
About even who they voted a few years ago. It sounds funny. You would think people could recollect this accurately. But when studies were done, like literally polling the same people over and over again, their story of who they voted for a few years ago changed. So when you did longitudinal voter behavior studies, the voters who themselves, like in 1977, would say, oh, you know, I voted for this guy or that guy. I voted for Reagan, or I voted for George W. Bush, or I voted for Clinton. Their stories tend to change over time to match their current identity. And I don't think they're even lying to the pollsters. I think they just sort of retcon themselves as, oh, I've always been a left-wing voter, or I've always been a right-wing voter, or the party changed, I didn't change. So I think in Europe, the attribution will be to a sudden new development. And the reality, though, is that the voter behavior will be co-created with the new environment. So I really think that there is demand for change in Europe. There is no understanding of any kind the causes of the economic, political, and social problems faced by Europe. And there's no...
So I'm carefully curating the music to match the news.
...understanding as to how downstream European politics has been of American geopolitics. So they will not be an accurate interpretation for the causes and consequences of the problems, but there will be an accurate understanding that the problems are very significant. And there will be a shift in priorities towards, let's call it the style of like, you know, not quite Malay, more like something like national greatness populism. So there'll be less government efficiency stuff, more, hey, you know, we should secure our borders, we should rearm, we should achieve energy independence, we should drop the green agenda. I think a lot of the European political fights will be fighting the green agenda, sort of like, you know, anti-immigration versus pro-environment, implicitly multicultural thing. I think that'll be a political fight.
So I guess what I was curious about is there mass support for something different in Europe that there isn't mass support for in the US?
I think we'll see very soon. The German elections are coming up. The British elections are coming up. I don't think anyone knows if enough Germans are using X.com for the AfD to have made significant gains because of X.com. But we know enough people in Britain use X.com. So if there's a massive swing away from the establishment parties in the UK, I think that is evidence that the same will be true of other European countries once those barriers are removed. And like, again, I'm emphasizing, let's put it this way. I think COVID has demonstrated that citizens around the world, be it China, America, or Sweden, just comply with governments by default. So it's not like that there's pressure that's held down. It's just that certain information is not available. And if this information is brought to their attention by the algorithmic systems, people's preferences will change and produce the political fuel needed for the transformation. So it's like, I keep harping on this in different ways, but I think it's extremely important to understand that I think in the modern information landscape, voters are extremely malleable. It's only a question of who gets to have the tools to influence it. And
okay, the chat wants to know if this is the outro music starting to play. Bro, I am not in control here. I am a humble servant of the music. All right, the music does what the music does, and I just go along because, frankly, I am not strong enough to stand up to whatever the music is telling me to do. Right? The music right now is sending me messages. I am just a servant of the beat. I am not the beat. I did not create the beat. I did not write the beat. I did not execute the beat. I'm just a humble servant of the beat. And the beat goes on.
I do think the voters would prefer to know these things. So I think that, you know, after the transformation happens, the Europeans will be very happy that it happened. But unless it happens, they won't be missing anything. And those governments will not be in danger, if that makes sense. So they'll be happy to have addressed the compounding injustices and dysfunction of the last 50 or so years of like Western style, normal, liberal politics. But unless that's pointed out to them, they're not going to really do anything about it. So I am hopeful that this kind of kickstart a European revival, a renaissance, because I think, you know, that would be good for the development of Western civilization. It would also, in the long run, and even in the short run, be good for the U.S. I mean, the U.S. has signaled very clearly that Europe will have to mind its own defense against Russia. The only way Europe can do that is with more economic growth and with more military spending, which means the military is not a bad thing, which means that if you want recruits in the military, well, then patriotism can't be that bad a thing. Wait, if patriotism is not that bad a thing, you see how it's like tips a bunch of dominoes politically?
Yeah. Yeah, it's fascinating. I want to go back to your point about sovereignty because it's really interesting. Which countries are sovereign?
I think that currently the United States is somewhat sovereign. If we consider this, let's put it this way, the American empire is a great sovereign power. And then the United States government at times takes a lot of inputs from its ostensible allies. But there's this almost undeclared political union between these countries at the highest level, like through institutions like the World Bank, etc. So that is a sovereign country. I think that China is sovereign. I think that Russia, it's becoming dangerously economically dependent on China, but it seems that its isolation there is going to end in the near future. It seems that within the next 2 years, one way or the other, the Ukraine war will end. So I think Russia remains sovereign. I think India is becoming more and more sovereign because India will have its own social media giants. India has its own foreign policy. It maintains relationship both with the West, where in the West we routinely invoke India as the counterbalance to China. Yet at the same time, India is part of BRICS, right? So India buys military equipment from Russia. So India is clearly pursuing its own center of power. I think for a while it seemed that the European Union was attempting something like sovereignty, but I think they ran out of steam in the early 2010s. So I think it's best to just model them as part of the Western world. The most strategic autonomy in Europe, I think France has the most strategic autonomy, where it will carry out an independent foreign policy. It will set an economic, at times a technological agenda. I think it's telling that no European country, let's put it this way, no European government other than France has an AI strategy worse than it. Like they are the only ones that have a story for how France will end up taking the future of artificial intelligence, or a story where France is relevant to the future of artificial intelligence. In Germany, I think they want to pretend AI is not happening because it's bad for CO2 emissions. Until China built all the world's batteries and solar cells, Germany could pretend that it was at the forefront of a kind of green energy revolution and that they were going to build all the solar cells and batteries. But I think they sort of let go of that dream, but are still bizarrely committed to zero emissions as a target, even though there's no realistic economic or technological path for them to be a leader in that, or at least a leader anyone wants to follow. If being green means impoverishing your country, even if Germany does that, no other country will do that. So, but to go back to the question of sovereignty, in theory, I think a country like Brazil could be sovereign, but it would have to be much more functional. There is a resource prerequisite at the end of the day. Countries that are truly large, such as Russia, China, the United States. I mean, in theory, even a place like Canada have all the resources a modern industrial base needs. So if you control enough of the Earth's surface, as we discussed in some of the other episodes, inevitably you'll discover something, right? Turns out America has some rare earths. Turns out Russia has some rare earths. Turns out it's not just China, right? Canada has some rare earths. It's inevitable once you're that size. So let's just say that the bare minimum size to be resource independent is...
Wow, pretty stoked right now. Got a super chat, $20 from Party Bots for DJ 40. Humble slave to the beat and to the situation. Just humble servant, humble slave. I'm fine with that. Right? All good men are slaves, right? You are a slave to a higher power, a higher moral code, right? Something above and beyond yourself and your own desires. I humble slave to the beat. I can't pretend otherwise.
It's probably a bit bigger than India. So Brazil fits the bill, Canada fits the bill, Russia, China, the US. Canada's population is vastly too low, and it's overshadowed by the US. The same is true of Australia. So you also need to have a large enough population to have a workforce that can sustain a great industrial economy. It seems to me that currently, to be globally industrially relevant in more than one sector, you need about 50 million people. So the bare minimum is sort of Italy and South Korea for industrial relevance.
I found a whole new level of energy. I need to start playing the hits more often. Right? I could have been bringing these great copyright-free tunes to all my streams, and I've failed you. Nietzsche was right. Without music, life is a mistake. I now have to face the grim truth that without music, the 40 show was a mistake. We need the music.
So if we're add all of these things together, your elites have to think independently from the elites of a different sovereign power. You need to have resources needed for enough autarky that while you do trade perhaps for economic efficiency, you are not dependent on imports necessarily. Say China might import oil from the Middle East, but it has enough shale oil and it's electrifying its fleet of cars fast enough that were war to break out, they could pump oil in mainland China to sustain themselves and not have famine. So there's like a resource minimum, and then there's a population minimum of a disciplined.
It's hilarious to watch how Gavin Newsom has to be nice to Donald Trump these days because he so desperately needs federal government support. Situation changed. Gavin Newsom's relationship to Donald Trump had to change with the change in situation.
Well-educated workforce working in various industrial centers, basically so that you can make your own artillery shells and your own drones. The example of South Korea wasn't random. You remember South Korea, first off, South Korea makes drones that China doesn't. China makes more drones than South Korea, but South Korea can independently make drones. Second, you probably recall that North Korea was sending artillery shells to the Russians, and South Korea was sending many artillery shells to the Ukrainians. It wasn't the US that manufactures even its own artillery shells. The US was paying South Korea for South Korea to manufacture artillery shells to give them to Ukraine. So, I think that kind of explains some of the problem with a place like Brazil. It's just not industrialized. And then to add another one, I think digital sovereignty is very important. I think China, India, Russia, and the US each have social media platforms that are compatible with their country's political economy. This is a more subtle concept than saying that it's free or that it's not free. Those are relevant dimensions. But I think in a very important way, I think the kind of government you have in Britain or Germany, it's not the only democratic adjacent government you could have, or Western-style government. But I think you just can't govern in the digital age with that type. It's in a way a 20th century dinosaur. It rests on the TV station. It rests on broadcast, right? It's not algorithmic upregulation. It rests on broadcasting, you know? It's like MI5 goes up and says, you know, this story about the royal family is not going to fly. You know, BBC, you have to change this. And then someone at the BBC is like, okay, we're not gonna run that story. And then they're like, good. And then it's like based on a handshake. That's done. You know, that's not the algorithmic incentive. That's not what will go viral on X.com. Any story about the British royal family could go viral on X.com. So there's a lot to say here, but to re-summarize it, a large enough territory that...
Okay, so I'll admit it. I'm impaled on the horns of a dilemma right now. So part of me wants to go climb a mountain, maybe Will Rogers State Park. What's that mountain thing over in Hollywood? Damn, I'm forgetting the name. Part of me wants to go to the beach. But the biggest part of me right now, what it most intensely desires, is to stay at home and read Clinton Rossiter's 1948 book on constitutional dictatorship. And then when I finish that, read Carl Schmitt's 1921 book on Der Dictator.
That you probabilistically, because you can never predict the future, have all the resources, a large enough population that you can sustain a modern industrial base, intellectual and status independence of your elites. Your elites must not wonder what people in Brussels think, or what people at Harvard think, or what people in the New York Times think. They should only care about what is thought of in your capital, because your capital to your elites should feel like the center of the universe, right? I guarantee you, to Russian elites, Moscow feels like the center of the universe. To Chinese elites, Beijing feels like the center of the universe. For us here, it's like, you know, San Francisco and DC feel like the center of the universe, and so on and so on. Because...
So, a quote from Duke Ellington in the chat. Jazz has always been like the kind of man you wouldn't want your daughter to associate with.
I do think elites are somewhat self-selected to be... People describe them as power-seeking, but I think it's not quite right. I think they're status-seeking. I think most elites actually are very happy to give up real power in exchange for prestige. Arguably, that's why constitutional monarchy happened. The deal was, you get to stay king, you get to live in your nice house, you have the highest honors, the press will speak kindly of you, and you hand over the running of the country to parliament and power of taxation. And you agree on all foreign policy stuff. And in a way, U.S. Congress took that deal. U.S. Congress is happy to be talking in sound bites. And when writing legislature...
Okay, the chat says, I heard Forney curse on stream for the first time that I can remember in a decade of live streaming. That was epic. The medley, great response. Back when Forney did car streams, swearing was a feature. So when the situation changes, I change. I don't normally swear. I normally deliberately do not swear. But when I'm driving, I tend to swear a lot. And in certain situations, I swear a doggone lot.
Listening to lobbyists and different...
I had a girlfriend who pointed out I became very Christian, very religious, crying out to Christ when I have sex.
Referring to bureaucracy, right? They're happy to do that. They still have their status. So I think elites are status-seeking, and that's why status independence matters, because otherwise your elites will just sell out your country to a different country. And, you know, I think the world has room for about 5 to 7.
Right, there's a time and a place for getting angry. Like, if anger allows you to get something done, to summon the reserves, to push through something that's unpleasant, all right, then it's useful and adaptive. If you're still stuck in anger when you can't do anything about the source of your anger, then that's maladaptive, right? There's a time and a place for anger, for love, for introspection, for anxiety, for fear. For everything, there is a season and a purpose under heaven.
Sovereign blocks, maybe 8, if Africa develops very well. And as a result, I How does he think that's good for the world? I think we need several different sovereign-ish countries and blocks and civilizations doing different things, because otherwise humanity, it will overfit. It will not explore all the possibilities of a human society. And because of that, all of us will be diminished, and future civilization will be less impressive than it could be. So here's maybe my joke. Samuel Huntington wrote about the clash of civilization in the late 1990s. And, it's considered almost like this grim realist prediction that countries around the world have really different cultures, different deep values, different approaches to technological modernity, and that they're going to clash and compete militarily, economically, ideologically. I wish that were true. I wish there were as many active, life-clear civilizations in the world as Samuel Huntington thought there were. Currently, I'm seeing a...
Okay, one of my favorite YouTube channels is called Torah in Motion, and they feature a series on Orthodox conversion to Judaism in American responsa literature. So responsa refers to letters that leading posek psukim, leading deciders of Jewish law, have received, and how they respond to changing situations. So this is Rabbi Adam Mintz. He is a leading modern Orthodox congregational rabbi.
Where we're up to. The first class, we talked about Rabbi Eloi in New Orleans in 1864, where the intermarriage rate was 50%, and he was afraid that if he allowed the circumcision of an intermarried couple, that would encourage...
get Michael back onto the show. What's going on, Michael? Michael, can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Michael, what's going on?
Man, are you on there?
Hey, I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Go ahead, I can hear you now. Go ahead.
You're breaking up.
I can hear you loud
you're
and clear.
breaking up.
Speak to the world, my friend. Michael, what's on your mind?
Sorry, man. I'm on. Okay, you got me? You good?
Yes, I'm good. Speak, man.
You hear me?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. All right. So, Forney, I think my favorite story so far this weekend is the Elon Musk wanting everybody to explain what they did in the last week.
Yeah.
The federal employees, he said, let me know what you did this week. I love the idea of putting pressure on people to kind of answer for themselves, especially people who are typically not answerable to anybody, apparently.
Yeah. And so, I would describe my own attitude towards Doge as 70-30 in favor. I see a lot of slipshod things that they're doing, but I think overall they're moving in the right direction. Would you describe yourself as 100% behind Doge, 50-50? How would you describe your level? 100%?
I'm 100%, and it also makes me think about there is a divide that you've discussed between the Elon Musk faction and the Steve Bannon faction. I don't know how real that cleavage is in terms of actual people and voters, but it's definitely out there.
And would you describe yourself as more on one side than the other?
I am 100%. I love Doge and I love Elon Musk. I do. When it comes to the H-1B visa stuff, then yeah, I agree with Steve Bannon, but I'm not ready to throw Musk overboard for one position that we disagree with, which he probably won't have that much to do with anyway.
Yeah, I'm sympathetic with that. So when I listen to Steve Bannon, what I hear primarily with regard to Elon Musk is just jealousy and pettiness.
Yes, I think that's such a good analysis. But I don't want to attribute bad motives to Steve Bannon, although I do think that you hit the nail on the head. Love Steve Bannon, but I do find when I listen to him lately that he's happy, I'm happy, but there's a little bit of hyperbole. Well, oh my God, there can't be a little bit of hyperbole. That's a contradiction in terms, but there's hyperbole. Let's just leave it at that. Let's over-exaggerate.
Right. I describe Bannon that way because his arguments against the tech elite are pathetic. He denigrates them because at times the tech elite accommodated themselves to the Democratic Party when the Democratic Party was in power. Why would they not accommodate themselves to those who are in power? He denigrates the tech elite for being atheists. Being an atheist doesn't make you a good or a bad person. He denigrates the tech elite for being transhumanists. His invented reasons for why the tech elite suck are really pathetic. And so when all you can do are present pathetic arguments to make your case, and you're normally pretty good at arguing a case, then it just screams, this is just my own pettiness and BS.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. But I think you also hit upon something else. It's the tech elite versus the Steve Bannon. And, you know, if Mark Zuckerberg wants to come around, I say that's a good thing.
Exactly.
I say, if Mark Zuckerberg sounds reasonable, like, I believe he was on the other side in the last election, certainly. But I welcome him with open arms, because it's like you're addicted to losing if you're going to reject Mark Zuckerberg's support.
Yeah, exactly. It's like you have a girlfriend, you have a great relationship with her, but then one evening she doesn't do what you want to do, so you break up with her. Right? You are costing yourself so much love just because one time she doesn't go along with your wishes. And to just spurn support is suicidal, and to just trash support from the world's most powerful person is suicidal strategy. And if someone's only on board with the Trump administration 40%, like, we should welcome that 40%. If they've moved from 100% opposition to only 80% opposition, we should welcome that. We want to have as big a door as possible to either enlist as broad a base of support as possible, or reduce the intensity of the opposition. These petty attacks on people who weren't 100% Trump for years is just suicidal and petty and vindictive, and it just makes the people making these attacks look small.
Yes, it is very petty, and sometimes it's based on paranoia and weird conspiracy theories, and sometimes it's based on just the vanity of the person that you happen to be listening to, who feels jilted or competitive in some weird way that you don't even know about.
It's like the parable in the New Testament about the prodigal son who goes off and does some bad things, but then he comes home and the father throws a party for him, and the more responsible son is all jealous and insecure. And look, when the prodigal son comes home, it would make sense to throw him a party.
Yes, and so those people are toxic, the ones that would find some kind of, like the opposite of silver lining. They're trying to find a negative, something that I find positive. And furthermore, I don't really question Zuckerberg's motives. I mean, I kind of take it at face value if he's having these new perspectives, and his Joe Rogan interview in particular really resonated with me. I thought he sounded reasonable, and not everybody's like a hard right-wing conservative. Just calm down, and if people come around, then that's a good thing, not a bad thing. As Trump would say.
And there was Lindy Lee, who was a leading Democratic strategist and fundraiser, and during the campaign, she was all on board for the Democratic Party. But after the election, she came out and talked about all the lies that were being peddled by the Democratic Party. And I don't blame her. When she was on a team, you don't have as much freedom, right? It's wonderful to be on a team, but you have to toe the line. She towed the line when she was on the Democratic team. Now she has switched to the MAGA side. Now she's fundraising for Republicans. Now she's in tight with the Trump administration. And I say that should all be celebrated. People sometimes change their mind and they move towards you, and you should welcome them. You should not disparage them for moving towards your team.
Yes, and I'm only vaguely aware with the case that you talk about, but I already saw people kind of viciously going after her, and that might be a conservative female influencer problem there too, which seems to be a very nasty spot of the internet.
Yeah, well, people feel often very intensely about female influencers and females receiving media attention. And so, like Ashley St. Clair, she gets disproportionate intensity of emotions compared to the reality of her political analysis.
Exactly. And because I never had any positive feelings, I don't find myself with overly negative feelings either. It's more a feeling of indifference, which they say is the opposite of love, I guess. So.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's right. Now, I'm bothered by how slipshod Doge appears at times, how it's constantly invoking things that are not true, how it seems to be constantly exaggerating the amount of waste and corruption that they're finding, and this seems to be damaging its credibility. And Elon Musk just says reckless things. He doesn't seem to particularly care about the truth of many things that he states publicly. Does this bother you?
No, because I don't necessarily agree with that. I've read some of the so-called fact checks on the claims that Elon Musk and Doge make, and I find them to be kind of pseudo fact checks. You know, it's like he'll claim he saved 50 billion, but it was only 47 billion. Or he said that people who were 150 were getting social security checks, but it turns out there's only like 1 million cases of those, not 2 million. So, yeah, I'm always willing to be corrected or to have someone I admire be corrected, but I haven't really seen that to be the case. And although Elon Musk himself said, hey, I make mistakes.
Now, do you follow Elon on X?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Oh, okay. I don't. He often seems to say reckless things. Is that your perception?
Well, I think I love what he says, and I find that when he says something that we're all thinking, he tends to legitimize that line of thinking and give it. And I think that, I guess AFD didn't do astoundingly well, but I think he kind of conferred legitimacy on them. He conferred legitimacy on Trump. So I think Elon Musk operates in a certain center-right, where when he says something edgy, it's like, okay, now I'm allowed to say it. That's how I feel.
And I wonder if that will extend to Europe. When Europeans see how much free speech Americans enjoy, do you think that they might get a little envious of that and start making American-style levels of freedom of speech a higher priority?
Yeah. Well, I was, again, getting back to the AFD, I was curious as to whether J.D. Vance and meeting with the AFD candidates would help them. And I saw a tweet from Vital. She's, I don't know, the head of the AFD. And according to her, they doubled their vote percentage. So I guess that's some evidence right there.
What do you think of Steve Bannon and Elon Musk appearing to deliver Sieg Heil, Roman salutes, Nazi-style salutes?
I mean, I just assume it was not intentional. It's kind of like something that you do with your arm to say, like, I salute you, and then it's accidentally, unfortunately, resembles a certain historical. So, I think there's a bit of truth when left to say, oh, my God, look at that. But I assume it's not intentional because, well, what do you think? Do you think it was intentional?
I would say more likely than not there was an element of trolling there.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't look at it that way, but you might be right. However, Forney, we just pulled up to Starbucks here, so
okay, bro.
Let's
comes
keep
first.
The little one waiting.
Yep, life comes first. So take care, bro.
All right, thanks, Forney. Have a good one.
Thanks, man. Cheers, mate. Cheers. Okay, you're saying, Forney, please wash my soul in the well springs of Torah. And your wish is my command.
Intermarriage. Then we had a discussion from 1922. Rabbi Samuel Yallo, from Syracuse. And then the conversion rate was less than 5%. They were much less concerned about encouraging intermarriage. And what we saw last week was a tendency to be lenient about a man who marries a non-Jewish woman and she wants to convert, even though she won't be Orthodox, but nevertheless, they allowed her to convert. Now I want to, as we continue this journey through the 20th century, I want to look now at the mid-century. and I really consider mid-century from more or less 1930 to 1975. Now, the intermarriage rate in 1920 is around 5%, he said. By 1950, it's double that number. It's 10%. Now, you might say 10%. I mean, we pray for a 10% intermarriage rate in North America today. Halavai, we should reach a point where there's a 10% intermarriage rate. But you understand that if you go from 5% to 10%, then 10% is a crisis. That's a very important point. So in 1950, when they talk about a 10% intermarriage rate, if you look at the Jewish magazines, the Jewish publications from the 1950s, they're worried about intermarriage. They're concerned. And by 1972, that number's at 32%. So you see the jump. Next week, just a kind of a PR for next week, we'll talk about the 80s and 90s when the number is over 50%, and we'll see how they deal with that. But that's what we're talking about. Ramosha Feinstein, born in 1895 in White Russia, is a rabbi in Lithuania, White Russia. In those days, White Russia was just another name for Lithuania, at least culturally within the Jewish world. Ramosha Feinstein was the greatest Lithuanian posek of the 20th century. In 1937, he moves to America, and he becomes the Rosh Yeshiva of Mesivta Tiferes Yerushalayim on the Lower East Side, and he becomes the posek. Exactly when he became the posek and how he related to Rabbi Henkin, who was before him is a topic that I know that on Torah in Motion they've talked about many a time, so we'll leave that. But Rav Moshe Feinstein comes in.
So rabbis, Orthodox rabbis, religious rabbis are often just as status concerned and power concerned and as vulnerable to ethical indiscretions as plumbers and any other group.
1937, he dies in 1986. So for 50 years, 49 years, he is the posek of America. And what I want to look at today, that's a long time, by the way. Let's just pause for a second. That's a long time. 1937 to 1986. That's a jump in the intermarriage rate between, from somewhere between 5 and 10% to over 32%. So that's a huge rate of intermarriage. And what we need to see is, how does Rav Moshe Feinstein react to that? And how is that reflected in his tshuvos about intermarriage? Now, I want to say that in most of the literature that you read about Rav Moshe Feinstein, or about any posek, most Orthodox historians are hesitant to try to trace an evolution in their thought. The thinking always is that Rav Moshe Feinstein's above politics. Rav Moshe Feinstein's above cultural changes. Rav Moshe Feinstein tells you what the halacha is. So therefore, the Rav Moshe Feinstein of 1937 is the same Rav Moshe Feinstein as 1985. I just want to start by saying that we all know that that's not true. We all know that's not true. Rav Moshe Feinstein is answering a question in 1937 as per the Jewish community in America in 1937. And in 1970, as per the Jewish community in 1970, and 1985 as per the Jewish community in 1985. Now, whether or not we can see that reflected in his words, we'll study together. But in
Okay, so Rabbi Mintz there is talking about the power of historicism. I think we've all got a copy of this terrific book by UCLA Jewish historian David Myers, Revisiting History, Historicism, and its Discontents in German Jewish Thought. And this is how he begins the book. A century and a half ago, Soren Kierkegaard issued a powerful indictment against one of the main pillars of modern intellectual life. David Myers is just a gorgeous writer. He's on the left. He's not a big fan of Forney, but I'm a big fan of David Myers. Caught in the throes of spiritual turmoil, the Danish philosopher took aim at the kind of historical thinking that reduced human experience to a long series of disconnected moments. This modern mode of thinking reached its most offensive, Kierkegaard lamented, when applied to the personality of Jesus. He had thorough contempt for the efforts of European historians of his day, meaning mid-19th century, to attempt a reconstruction of the life of the historical Jesus, whom they portrayed as a decidedly human figure born and raised in first century Palestine. So against the historian, Soren Kierkegaard insisted that one can know nothing at all about Christ. He is the paradox, the object of faith, existing only for faith. But all historical communication is communication of knowledge. Hence, from history, one can learn nothing about Christ. History makes out Christ to be another than he truly is. And so one learns to know a lot about Christ? No, not about Christ, for about him nothing can be known. He can only be believed. So Soren Kierkegaard feared that the most sacred and transcendent of realms, right, faith, religious faith, had been infected by a destructive contagion, historicism, and the practice of modern critical history. So the historian's careful measurement of change over time, for instance, depicting the history of Christianity after Jesus, obscured for Kierkegaard far more than it illuminated. Kierkegaard felt compelled to emphasize that, pertaining to the divinity of Christ, the 1800 years have nothing to do whatever with the divinity of Christ. So powerful and poignant as it was, Kierkegaard's complaint was hardly the first and surely not the last of its kind. Criticism of modern historical thinking has been as common as the thinking itself. It's often been trained on the quest for the historical Jesus, using the title of Albert Schweitzer's well-known book from 1906. So Albert Schweitzer was far more immersed in and sympathetic to historical scholarship on Jesus than Kierkegaard. But at the end of the day, the renowned missionary physician arrived at a conclusion not altogether dissimilar, namely, it is not Jesus as historically known, but Jesus as spiritually arisen within men, who is significant for our time. So what exactly was so distasteful? What was so unsettling about modern historical thinking? And so I am 4 hours and 40 minutes into this live stream. I need the music, bro. So what prompted scholars of different disciplines and denominations to attack historicism with such fervor? Right, first, it was history's ubiquity. So Friedrich Nietzsche bemoaned this in his 1874 essay on the use and abuse of history. And he wrote of the dangerous surfeit of history. We've got way too much learning going on, guys. Half a century later, Ernst Trosch, the German Protestant theologian, called attention to the historicization of all our knowledge and perception. So both Nietzsche and Trosch realized that one could hardly think of an event from the past without relying on the causal logic of modern historicism. And this logic dictated that each event be understood as an individual unit. This is how I understand things, assessed on its own terms and according to its own development. So caught in this fast-moving current of history, events just float by like petrified wood, drifting in no particular pattern or direction. Right? There's no redemptive history from this perspective. Like each discrete event has its own distinct properties. The aggregate of such events yield no coherent design. So this fragmentation points up another major concern from historicism, the problem of relativism. So historians evaluate each event on its own terms, but never set in place any transcendent standard. No measuring point. They're captives of their own context. They're incapable of achieving anything but a relativist or relational perspective of the past. And constrained by this, they produce an endless string of historical poles, each carefully polished and catalogued, but constant reminders of a certain fall from a state of wholeness. Don't you want to feel a state of wholeness? Don't you want to return to a state of wholeness, bro? In this fallen state, it was no longer possible to assert spiritual or moral truths with certainty. While one might be able to adduce historical evidence to prove the existence of an individual named Jesus, one could never marshal comparable evidence to prove the existence of the mythic Christ of faith. So we've got a descent here from supernaturalism into naturalism. So following centuries of tumultuous theological struggle, modern historians are now asserting their right to displace God as the prime causal force in history. Right? They have been borrowing from the methods of natural science. They now anchor historical causation in a wide array of natural and human forces. So we've got an alliance between naturalism and historicism, the two great scholarly creations of the modern world. And this presents a double-barreled assault on transcendent values. So the crisis of historicism came to be seen as a major symptom of the broader malaise of modernity that characterized the Weimar Republic sensibility and stimulated its frenetic political and cultural activity. So Weimar, with its mix of social instability and intellectual audacity, was fertile ground for the debate that ensued over the crisis of historicism. Then the Holocaust triggered its own epistemological upheaval, leading many to question the value or even the possibility of historical representation. So we've got the prominence of post-structuralist literary theories over the past several decades, calling into question the value of historicism. So faced with these methods, post-structural critics have often seemed uncertain and confused. So post-structuralism has had the effect of highlighting the very relativism to which anti-historicists have taken frequent and vociferous exceptions. And these problems of historical relativism and fragmentation have not disappeared. They are with us today. And here's the story. April 2001, Passover holiday. Rabbi David Wolpe of Sinai Temple in Los Angeles ignites a firestorm by delivering a sermon that called into question the historical authenticity of the biblical account of the Exodus story. Rabbi Wolpe, conservative rabbi, pointed out that there was no persuasive historical or archaeological evidence to validate the tale of Israelites escaping the clutches of Pharaoh's army across the Red Sea. So it's not clear that the Israelites had ever been in Egypt as slaves. So David Wolpe's stunned his traditional audience, often Persian audience, many of whom deemed his words sacrilege, and others saw them as intellectually courageous. And news of the sermon spilled out beyond the synagogue's walls due to front-page exposure in the Los Angeles Times under the headline, "Doubting the Story of the Exodus." And Rabbi Wolpe's sermon provoked fiercely divergent reactions. One supporter wrote that defending a rabbi in the 21st century for saying the Exodus story isn't factual is like defending him for saying the earth isn't flat. Modern notions of Judaism have moved far away from literal understanding of the Torah. Meanwhile, a detractor declared that if the Exodus did not occur, there is no Judaism. That's Dennis Prager's perspective. So according to Dennis Prager, logic and common sense dictate that the Exodus story is more than a fairy tale. Otherwise, why would Jews have continued to repeat this story in ritual fashion for over 3,000 years? So for observers from the world of scholarship, the wide rift opened by this Passover sermon was a surprise, because historians and archaeologists had long challenged the veracity of the Exodus story. One journalist surveyed the state of the field in 1993, concluded there is not a shred of hard evidence, not a single potsherd unearthed, or one Hebrew letter scratched into a stone to prove that the Israelites were ever slaves in Egypt, or that they had ever wandered in the desert. So plenty of research by archaeologists added more fuel to the fire. They questioned not only the presence of Israelites in Egypt, they also questioned the claim that the post-Exodus Israelites went on to conquer Canaan. So Rabbi David Wolpe was not seeking to unhinge the faith of Jews. He hoped to confront head-on the brittleness of literal readings of the Bible. He wanted to maintain the Jewish tradition of sustaining faith by seeking truth. So Rabbi Wolpe's own conservative denomination was anchored in a healthy respect for modern scholarship. So it led him to a stance that was fundamentally unacceptable to the vast majority of Orthodox Jews. And his words revealed the wide gap between the academy and the community. That what scholars took for granted for years and decades was nothing short of a scandal to many in his lay audiences. So we have a chasm here between history and faith. Kierkegaard says this chasm is the central feature of intellectual life in the West. So there's this conflict between history and faith. It's not just a Christian problem. It's an ongoing one in the lives of 21st century Jews. The Rabbi Wolpe taught his audience that spiritual truths, the exalted ideals of freedom and justice contained in the Exodus story, the exalted ideals of freedom and justice were independent of historical facts. Now, he chose to make the point in decidedly historicist fashion. He summed up modern scholarship to challenge the historicity of the Exodus. So we come to a curious paradox. We have ambivalence over the utility of history coinciding with unavoidably historicist ways of thinking. We yearn to discover a source of meaning that transcends historicism, that transcends past events, that transcends historical facts. But yet we are confined by the limitations of our historicist modes of thinking. Just as the Kabbalists, Jewish mystics, were constrained in their efforts to decipher the divine word of God by their unavoidable reliance on human language. Now, this dilemma surfaced well before the golden age of historicism in the 19th century, right? This dilemma reaches back at least to the 17th century, when the tools of biblical criticism and historical scholarship were first applied by figures such as Spinoza and Richard Simon to the Bible, the bedrock of religious faith and authority. And this underlying methodological imperative was to contextualize, to dissolve the veneer of the transcendent that wrapped up sacred texts. So the tools of critical history have now become ubiquitous as part of our broader worldview. We understand that human history belongs to a long, undulating, but ultimately chartable current, not a vast divine terrain whose grand design eludes full human comprehension. So historicism has been a remarkable success story. It has come to dominate our way of thinking about the past. It conditions us to place single events in context and then link them to a chain of other contextually bound events. Right? And that's from David N. Myers, Resisting History, Historicism and Its Discontents in German Jewish Thought at the fin des siècles, the turn of the 19th into the 20th century.
Principle that's got to be true. So therefore, the Moshe Feinstein dealing with intermarriage, with conversion, with all these issues, we're going to see an evolution in the thinking of Rav Moshe Feinstein. And that's what I want to do with you today. What I really want to do is I want to tell a story. And it's the story of intermarriage / conversion in America in the mid-20th century. And I want to tell that story through the lens of the Tshuvos of Rav Moshe Feinstein. Join me in this journey. Let's get going. Second, share. Hadiats. Okay. He was a Rav in a small town in Lithuania. And he answers, the Rav Moshe Feinstein answers the question. Bameh shenistapek kvo toraso harav. That which you were uncertain. Im ger shelo kibel olav mitzvos. Im nechshav ger. So he asks our question. A convert who does not accept the mitzvos, is he considered a convert? Says Rav Moshe Feinstein.
So tshuvas refer to rabbinic rulings, and mitzvot are God's laws, God's commandments.
1929 Luban. Pashut ubarur she'eno ger klal after the Boom! It is clear that he is not a convert. Means he's not a Jew. Even b'diavad, even second rate, meaning that he's not a Jew.
So b'diavad means after the fact.
Do it all. V'chein hora abamari hagon zecher tzadik l'bracha. And my father, Rav Moshe says, his father's name was David, was David Feinstein. He agrees with me that he's not a Jew. My father said, halacha l'maaseh b'Strabin. He was a rabbi in a place called Strabin. Be'uvda kazu she'eno ger klal. Bein l'kula ben l'chumra. What does it mean, bein l'kula ben l'chumra? For stringencies and for leniencies. Being a Jew, so you say, if you're a Jew, you count for a minyan. And if you're not a Jew, you don't count for a minyan, right? So it's l'chumra. We're going to be strict.
So a minyan is a quorum necessary for saying many Jewish prayers. So in Judaism, prayer is largely a communal exercise from a prayer book.
We won't count him for a minyan. But l'kula, meaning, if this person is married to a Jew, they wouldn't need a get afterwards because they're not considered.
So a get is a Jewish divorce, and it's a fairly complicated document.
Considered Jewish. So Beila Kula Ben L'chumra doesn't.
So Judaism makes divorce easier than the other major world religions. It doesn't celebrate divorce, but Judaism is an unromantic, pragmatic religion, and it recognizes that sometimes divorce is necessary.
Matter whether it makes it easier or it makes it more difficult, the person is not a Jew. Shekabalas mitzvos beger.
Why is the music playing? Because I'm over 4 hours and 50 minutes into this live stream. I need strength. I need inspiration. I must follow the beat. I am but a humble servant of the beat.
Ma'ake. Because accepting the mitzvos for a convert is required. Okay? That's the halacha. Ramosha Feinstein says in 1929 that a convert who does not accept the mitzvos is...
So halacha means Jewish law. It means the way, the path, how you should operate.
Not a Jew at all. And he quotes his father as saying this as well. And basically it's like he's saying, and in case you don't get it, I'm going to make this point even stronger. He says, even if he says, right, before he goes into the mikvah, she goes into the mikvah, she says, I accept the mitzvahs. Im anan sadeh, if we are witnesses, doesn't mean that we see it, but it means we know. Sheino mekabel olav be'emes eno klum. If we know that he doesn't accept the mitzvahs, be'emes, honestly, authentically, eno klum. V'ger shemahani l'shem ishus b'di'evet. He said.
Yes, this is the music that was playing when my last girlfriend came out of her abortion procedure.
And last week we learned the Gemara in Yevamos that says that a ger who converts for the sake of a woman, so b'di'eved, the gerus is good.
After the fact, b'di'eved, after the fact, the gerus refers to conversion to Judaism.
So why don't we say here that b'di'eved, the gerus is good? The
music makes us feel like a Chinese massage parlor. God forbid, this is a place of holiness and transcendence and the divine. Surely God is in this place.
He says that's a different case. That's because he was so much in love that he accepted the mitzvos for his girlfriend. That's okay, he accepted the mitzvos. But it's clear that if he doesn't accept the mitzvos, or we're anan sadeh, we know that he's not observant or she's not observant. V'hu barur or pashut, it's obvious. V'cholzeh amar avimori hadon b'feirush az kishahot. And all this, my father.
Is this like ASMR Torah, or is that just me? I'm feeling very emotional right now.
Said when he gave the psak. And now he goes on with a little social commentary. Again, Lithuania, White Russia. Uvichlal, eini yodea tam harabanim hatoim bazeh. I don't understand the reason for the rabbis who make this mistake. By the way, that's interesting. You see.
Yes, Kip is right. I carried that little coffin out of the abortion clinic. I tossed it into the nearest bin like yesterday's lasagna.
There was some conversion going on in White Russia. He's talking about rabbis who are converting these kinds of people.
I can't put it any more eloquently than Rabbi Mintz just put it. I'll talk to you later. Hey, where is Stephen J. James? I feel like I did something wrong. I feel like I let him down. I feel like I disappointed Stephen J. James. I feel like there's something that I said probably without sufficient sensitivity for his needs. I think I failed to take what Stephen J. James needed into adequate consideration. I wasn't as thoughtful and nurturing as Stephen needed me to be. I let him down. I haven't heard from Stephen J. James for months, and I feel like I did something wrong. And that's really the primary